I need to share this message right away. My guides have been extremely persistent about getting this out to whoever needs to hear it. The energy coming through is so strong right now, especially around this divine feminine awakening that's creating massive ripple effects in the collective. I'm sensing that many of you have gone through an intense period of personal growth recently. You've been doing this deep inner work, maybe spending more time in meditation, working with your crystals, or just feeling more connected to your intuition than ever before. And what's fascinating is that this elevation in your energy, this spiritual glow up you've been experiencing, it's actually causing something really profound to happen behind the scenes. The guides are showing me that your divine masculine counterpart has been feeling this shift in your energy, even if you haven't been in direct contact. It's like your frequency has become this powerful magnet and they can't help but feel pulled toward it. But here's where it gets interesting. This pull is actually triggering something deep within them. I'm seeing this intense internal struggle they're going through. You might have been noticing some strange signs lately. Maybe you're suddenly seeing 11 and Alun everywhere you turn, or you're getting these random waves of emotion that don't feel quite like your own. Some of you might have even been having more vivid dreams about this person or feeling their presence around you more strongly. What's really significant about this moment is that your recent spiritual growth, yes, that decision you made about taking your personal development more seriously, has created this quantum leap in your connection. Your divine masculine is literally being shaken awake by your energy, but they're struggling to process the intensity of what they're feeling. I'm getting such strong confirmation that this isn't just a normal awakening. This is a full-on tower moment for them. I'm seeing this image of a fortress being struck by lightning, and the guides are really emphasizing how this represents the breaking down of your divine masculine's old belief systems and defense mechanisms. Your elevated frequency is literally forcing them to face their deepest fears and shadows, even though they might be trying to resist this awakening. The energy I'm picking up around this situation is absolutely electric right now. There's such intensity coming through as I'm connecting with this message. In fact, I'm getting chills as I see this card emerging from the deck. And as I'm seeing this King of Swords energy emerge, it's hitting me so strongly. Your divine masculine is experiencing this massive mental breakthrough right now. It's like they're finally seeing things with complete clarity for the first time. You know that feeling when the fog suddenly lifts and you can see for miles? That's what's happening in their mind. But let me tell you, this clarity isn't coming easily for them. The guides are showing me how they're really struggling to bridge two worlds right now. Their logical, analytical mind that's always been their comfort zone, and these new spiritual experiences that they can't explain away. It's like watching someone try to solve a magical experience with a calculator. It just doesn't compute for them. This King of Swords energy is so telling, especially coming right after that tower moment we were just talking about. They're trying so hard to make sense of everything they're feeling. I'm getting this strong image of someone sitting at a desk, surrounded by papers, trying to puzzle everything out. Maybe you've been feeling this analytical energy around you lately, like someone studying you from a distance. The guides are showing me how this connects back to their previous pattern. Remember that hermit energy we saw earlier? They're used to pulling away, processing things alone, trying to figure everything out in their head. But this time it's different. The Six of Swords energy that came before shows they've been on this journey through their emotions, and now they can't just think their way out of what they're feeling. I'm getting such strong validation right now. Some of you have been experiencing really specific signs. Maybe you've been getting these random thoughts about them while you're meditating, or you've been having these super vivid dreams where you're just talking, having these deep conversations. The number sequences 2 and 22 and 444 keep flashing in my mind. If you've been seeing these numbers, that's a huge confirmation that this message is for you. They're experiencing these moments of what I can only describe as spiritual downloads about your connection. It's like pieces of a puzzle suddenly clicking into place in their mind. But here's the thing, this understanding is actually scaring them a bit. They're used to being in control, being able to analyze and categorize everything. But this connection, it's beyond their usual understanding, and that's pushing them into this incredible growth period. I'm feeling this intense crown chakra activation as I'm telling you this. Some of you might be feeling tingles or pressure around the top of your head right now. That's their higher self connecting with yours, confirming all of this. You might have even felt this sudden urge lately to write everything down, to document all these strange coincidences and feelings you've been having. Trust me, that's not random. It's all part of this process. The energy I'm getting is showing me that while they're still in this space of mental processing, something beautiful is happening. It's like watching ice melt. Their rigid, logical defenses are slowly transforming into something more fluid, more open. The tower energy we saw earlier isn't just breaking things down. It's creating space for this new understanding to emerge. And now, as we look deeper into what's happening with their mental processing, I need to pull another card because the guides are really pushing me to show you what's going on beneath the surface. The Seven of Swords just flew out. And wow, this is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This card is showing me their internal struggle with being authentic, with being truly honest with themselves. I'm feeling such strong energy around their thought process right now. You know, when you're trying to solve a really complex math problem, but you keep getting different answers every time, that's what's happening in their mind. They're trying to use their logical mind to understand something that can only be felt with the heart. I'm seeing them literally sitting up late at night, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning, their mind racing with thoughts they can't seem to organize. The guides are showing me that your divine masculine is going through this intense period where they're questioning everything they thought they knew. It's like they've always had this blueprint for how life works, but now your energy has come in and shown them that there's so much more to reality than what they can touch and measure. Some of you might have noticed them suddenly talking about things they never used to care about, maybe asking questions about meditation or spirituality, or even looking up things about twin flames or soul connections. I'm getting such clear validation. For some of you, they might have recently said something that completely surprised you, something that showed they've been thinking much deeper than they let on. Maybe they mentioned a conversation you had months ago, or brought up something you thought they hadn't even noticed. That's because beneath this Seven of Swords energy, they're processing everything, even if they're not showing it. Their analytical mind is working overtime, trying to make sense of these spiritual experiences. I'm seeing them trying to find scientific explanations for the synchronicities they're experiencing. Trying to explain away why they keep seeing your name everywhere, or why they think about you right before you reach out. But here's the beautiful thing. Even as they're trying to deny these spiritual experiences, their heart is slowly opening up to the truth. The guides want you to know that this resistance, this internal struggle shown by the Seven of Swords is actually a necessary part of their awakening. It's like they're having this intense conversation between their logical mind and their awakening heart. Some of you might be feeling physical symptoms of this, maybe pressure in your head or tension in your throat. That's because you're so deeply connected to their process. They're starting to recognize their true self beneath all these protective layers they've built up. I'm seeing them looking in the mirror and almost not recognizing themselves. It's like they're seeing their soul for the first time. This is bringing up a lot of fear for them, especially fear of being vulnerable. Their whole identity has been built around being the logical, analytical one, and now they're experiencing things that logic just can't explain. The guides are showing me that their protective walls are starting to crack, and it's making them feel really vulnerable. You might have noticed them being extra organized lately, or trying to control their environment more than usual. That's their way of trying to maintain some sense of control while everything else feels so uncertain. And while they're trying so hard to maintain control through all of this awakening, I'm seeing such a beautiful shift happening. The Knight of Pentacles just came forward, and this energy is so different from what we were just looking at. It's like watching someone who's been running finally slow down to catch their breath. Your divine masculine is starting to approach this whole spiritual awakening in such a practical, grounded way. You know how sometimes when we're learning something totally new, we need to break it down into small, manageable pieces? That's exactly what they're doing. After that tower moment we saw earlier, that big spiritual wake-up call, they're now trying to process everything step by step. It's actually really smart when you think about it. Instead of fighting against these new feelings and insights, they're starting to work with them in a way that makes sense to their analytical mind. I'm getting such a clear message about their current energy. Remember that King of Swords energy we saw before? It's like they're using that sharp analytical mind as a tool now, not a weapon. They're starting to research, to study, to try to understand these spiritual concepts in their own way. Some of you might have noticed them asking more questions lately, or maybe you've seen them reading books or watching videos about topics they would have laughed at just a few months ago. The guides are showing me something really interesting. It's like watching someone build a bridge between two worlds. On one side is all their logical understanding, their need for proof and evidence. On the other side are these undeniable spiritual experiences they're having because of your connection. And rather than trying to choose one side or the other, they're carefully, methodically building a way to connect both. I'm feeling such strong confirmation that some of you have noticed them taking notes, maybe even journaling. They might not have told you about this, but they're documenting their experiences, trying to find patterns. It's like they're creating their own personal study guide for spiritual awakening. And while that might sound funny, it's actually perfect for their energy. The guides want you to know that this methodical approach isn't a sign of resistance. It's actually exactly what they need right now. Just like the Knight of Pentacles, they're moving forward slowly but surely. They're finally starting to trust this process, but they're doing it in their own way. Some of you might have been worried that they're not moving fast enough, but I'm getting such clear guidance that this steady pace is divine timing in action. Their analytical mind that once kept them stuck in doubt is now becoming their greatest tool for understanding these spiritual changes. It's like watching someone who's always been really good at solving puzzles suddenly realize they can use those same skills to understand the mysteries of the soul. For some of you, you might have noticed them becoming more interested in your spiritual practices, not to judge them anymore, but to truly understand them. The guides are showing me that your divine masculine is like a scientist studying something completely new. They're taking their time, making careful observations, and slowly but surely coming to their own conclusions. This Knight of Pentacles energy is helping them stay grounded while they process all these higher frequency changes you've brought into their life. And now, as I continue to tune into their energy, I see them really diving deep into this spiritual awakening in such an interesting way. The Eight of Pentacles has just appeared, and it's showing me exactly how they're approaching this whole journey like a master craftsman learning a completely new skill. They're being so thorough, so careful with how they're processing everything that's happening to them. You know how some people need to take things apart to understand how they work? That's exactly what your divine masculine is doing with these spiritual experiences. They're really trying to master this whole awakening process, but in their own unique way. I'm sensing strongly that some of them might be creating actual spreadsheets or documents to track their experiences. It might sound funny, but it's their way of making sense of something that feels so beyond their normal understanding. The energy I'm getting from this Eight of Pentacles is fascinating when it sits next to that King of Swords we saw earlier. Together, these cards are telling such a clear story about their internal struggle. On one hand, they're experiencing all these incredible spiritual insights and downloads, maybe seeing number patterns everywhere, having vivid dreams about you, or just knowing things they couldn't possibly know. But then their analytical mind kicks in and they feel this overwhelming need to make it make sense. I'm hearing so clearly from the guides that some of them are actually getting headaches, especially around their third eye area. This is happening because they're thinking so hard about everything, trying to find logical explanations for spiritual experiences that go beyond regular logic. It's like trying to explain what love feels like using only math equations. It just doesn't quite work that way. The guides are showing me that many of them have recently started researching spiritual topics, maybe even looking up twin flames or supernatural connections. For some of them, this might be the first time they've ever taken these subjects seriously. But here's what's really interesting. They're approaching it like a research project. Some of you might have noticed them taking detailed notes or saving articles to read later. They're treating this spiritual awakening like a subject they need to master, just like they would approach learning a new skill at work. I'm feeling such strong validation that this divine masculine in your life is typically someone who needs to understand everything fully before they can accept it. They're probably known for being the person who always has a plan, who needs to know all the steps before they start something new. But now they're dealing with experiences that don't fit into their usual way of thinking, and it's really pushing them out of their comfort zone. There's this beautiful moment happening, though, right at the intersection of their logical mind and these new spiritual insights. They're starting to realize that maybe not everything needs to be completely understood to be real. It's like they're learning a whole new language, but instead of fighting against it, they're studying it, taking notes, trying to master it in their own way. And you know what's really fascinating about how they're processing all of this? The Two of Pentacles just came forward, and it's showing me exactly how they're trying to juggle these two completely different worlds, their logical, practical reality, and all these new spiritual experiences they can't explain. It's like watching someone try to ride a bike while also trying to solve a complex math equation. They're doing their best to keep both wheels spinning, but sometimes it feels impossible. I'm getting such a strong message that between 2 and 4 in the morning, many of them are wide awake, their minds racing. During these hours, they might be doing what feels natural to them, creating lists, maybe even spreadsheets, trying to document every single strange coincidence or connection they've noticed. Some of them might have started tracking when they see certain numbers or when they think about you, or when they get those unexpected feelings that they can't explain. It's their way of trying to make sense of something that goes way beyond their usual understanding. What's really interesting is how their practical mind is actually becoming a tool for their spiritual growth, even if they don't realize it yet. I'm seeing someone sitting at their desk at work, maybe during their lunch break, and suddenly having these amazing moments of clarity about your connection. It's like their analytical brain needs to be distracted by mundane tasks before these spiritual insights can slip through. The guides are showing me that some of them are doing the most adorable thing. They're trying to find scientific explanations for spiritual experiences. Maybe they're researching quantum physics to understand soul connections, or looking into psychology to explain why they keep thinking about you. They might even be keeping a detailed log of every dream they have about you, trying to find patterns or meaning in them. I'm feeling so strongly that they might be someone who's always been the problem solver in their life. You know, that person everyone goes to when they need something figured out, but now they're facing something they can't solve with their usual tools. And it's really shaking up their world. The tower energy we saw earlier makes so much sense now. It's like their whole way of understanding reality is being completely rebuilt. But here's what's beautiful. The guides are showing me that this analytical approach isn't wrong. It's actually their unique way of processing this awakening. Just like some people might meditate or do yoga to connect with their spiritual side, your person is using their strategic mind as a bridge between their old world and this new one they're discovering. They're basically creating their own methodology for understanding the divine. And while it might look different from what we typically think of as spiritual practice, it's perfectly suited to who they are. You might notice them doing things like taking notes during conversations about spiritual topics, or maybe even creating mind maps to connect different experiences they're having. The guides want you to know that this is their way of showing dedication to understanding what's happening between you two. They're not dismissing it. They're studying it with the same intensity they'd give to learning any new skill. And you know what's really interesting? Just as I'm seeing them creating these analytical systems to understand their spiritual awakening, the Page of Cups has appeared, and it's bringing this completely unexpected energy into their journey. It's like watching someone who's been trying to solve a complex puzzle suddenly realize there's a whole different way of seeing the picture. This Page of Cups energy is showing me that despite all their attempts to keep things logical and organized, their emotions and intuition are starting to bubble up in ways they can't control or explain. I'm getting such a clear message about an unexpected person coming into their life, someone who's going to play this really important role in helping them bridge these two worlds. It's funny because this person might not even look like a spiritual teacher at first. I'm seeing someone who might be in their workplace, or maybe someone they meet through a very ordinary situation, could be at a coffee shop or even through a work project. But this person has this amazing ability to speak their language while also introducing these deeper spiritual concepts. The guides are showing me that your person might start having these really profound conversations with this mentor figure during lunch breaks or casual meetings. It's like they finally found someone who can translate these spiritual experiences into terms their analytical mind can grasp. I'm seeing them having these aha moments where suddenly everything starts making more sense, but in a way that doesn't threaten their need for logic and structure. You might notice them mentioning this person more and more, or maybe they'll start using different words to describe their experiences. Words they would have rolled their eyes at just a few months ago. The guides are showing me that this is all part of their tower moment we saw earlier. But instead of everything crumbling at once, it's like they're getting this gentle guide to help them take down their walls brick by brick. What's really beautiful about this Page of Cups energy is how it's softening that King of Swords energy we saw earlier. Your person is starting to have these unexpected emotional moments that catch them completely off guard. I'm seeing them maybe tearing up at a song that reminds them of you, or feeling this rush of emotion when they see something that connects to a conversation you once had. They might try to brush these moments off, but they're happening more and more frequently. The guides want you to know that even though they might not show it, they're experiencing these really deep inner conflicts right now. It's like their logical mind is saying one thing, but their heart and soul are speaking louder than ever before. They might be finding themselves drawn to conversations or topics they would have dismissed as too woo-woo in the past. Maybe they're even secretly looking up things like twin flames or soul connections when nobody's watching. I'm getting such strong confirmation that right now they're being extra protective of their private thoughts and feelings. They might seem more withdrawn or quieter than usual, but that's because they're processing so much internally. The guides are showing me that they're literally rewriting their understanding of how the world works, and that takes a lot of inner space and energy. And what's really fascinating is how all this inner processing is actually building towards something much bigger. I've just pulled the 10 of Pentacles, and wow, the energy shift here is incredible. You see, while they've been doing all this deep inner work, they've actually been laying the groundwork for something really special. The guides are showing me that your divine masculine is stepping into this role of what I'd call a practical spiritual leader, but in their own unique way. Remember that tower moment we saw earlier? It's like they've taken all those pieces that fell apart, and instead of just putting them back together, they're building something completely new. I'm getting such strong confirmation that they're starting to see how their analytical mind, that part of them that needs everything to make sense, is actually becoming their greatest gift in their spiritual journey. I'm seeing them starting to organize spiritual concepts in ways that other people can understand. It's almost like they're becoming this bridge between the logical world and the spiritual world. The guides are showing me that they might start feeling this unexpected urge to share their insights with others, but in this really grounded, practical way. I'm getting names starting with M or J for some of you. This might be significant. You might notice them starting to create these systems or methods for understanding spiritual concepts. Maybe they're journaling more, or they're finding ways to track their spiritual experiences in a way that makes sense to their analytical mind. The guides are showing me that some of them might even be drawn to teaching or mentoring others, but in this really unique way that combines practical wisdom with spiritual truth. I'm feeling this really strong energy around the numbers 333 and 888. If you've been seeing these numbers a lot, that's a huge confirmation. These numbers are all about alignment and abundance, but also about teaching and sharing wisdom. Your person is being prepared for something bigger than just their own spiritual journey. What's really beautiful about this 10 of Pentacles energy is how it's showing that all their resistance, all their questioning and analyzing, it wasn't actually blocking their spiritual growth. It was preparing them for their unique role. The guides are showing me that their analytical approach isn't something that needs to be overcome. It's actually their gift to the spiritual community. I'm getting this really clear message that some of them might start feeling drawn to document their experiences or create content that helps others understand spiritual concepts in a more grounded way. They might not even realize they're doing it at first. It might start as just trying to make sense of things for themselves. But the guides are showing me that this is actually part of their soul's purpose, to be this bridge between the practical and the mystical. Your divine masculine is learning to trust their unique way of processing spiritual information, and it's actually creating this really solid foundation for long-term spiritual growth. I'm seeing them starting to find practical applications for all these spiritual insights they're receiving. It's like they're creating this perfect blend of the analytical and the intuitive, and it's absolutely beautiful to watch. And what's really fascinating about this foundation they're building is that their analytical mind is actually becoming their greatest spiritual tool. I just pulled the 3 of Pentacles, and wow, this is such beautiful confirmation of what's happening behind the scenes. You see, while on the surface, they might still seem to be wrestling with all these spiritual concepts, underneath, they're actually creating this amazing framework for understanding everything that's happening to them. The guides are showing me that your divine masculine is using their strategic nature in such a beautiful way. They might be creating lists or keeping track of synchronicities in a journal. I'm particularly seeing the numbers 333 and 777 being really significant for them right now. If you've been seeing these numbers too, that's such a strong confirmation that you're aligned with this message. I'm getting this really clear image of them sitting at a desk or maybe in a quiet space, really trying to make sense of all these spiritual experiences they're having. It's like they're creating their own personal roadmap to understanding this awakening. Some of them might even be researching spiritual topics, but in this really methodical, organized way that makes sense to their analytical mind. You know what's really interesting? The guides are showing me that during times when they're focused on completely logical tasks, maybe at work or solving practical problems, they're getting these unexpected downloads of spiritual wisdom. It's like their crown chakra is just lighting up during these moments, and they're starting to realize that their analytical mind isn't working against their spiritual growth. It's actually becoming this amazing tool for understanding higher concepts. I'm feeling such strong energy around teaching and sharing knowledge. Some of them might find themselves unexpectedly explaining spiritual concepts to others, but in this really grounded, practical way that makes sense to people who are just starting their spiritual journey. It's like they're becoming this bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds. Your kindness and patience during this process hasn't gone unnoticed by them. The guides are showing me that while they might not express it directly, they're so grateful for how you've held space for them to process things in their own way. You see, what might look like resistance or overthinking from the outside is actually them creating this really solid foundation for spiritual understanding. What's really beautiful about this Three of Pentacles energy is how it's showing their hidden growth. It's like they're building this internal cathedral of understanding piece by piece in a way that honors both their analytical nature and their expanding spiritual awareness. The guides are showing me that this methodical approach isn't slowing down their spiritual growth. It's actually ensuring that their awakening is sustainable and deeply rooted. I'm getting such clear guidance that it's so important to continue holding space for their unique way of processing. Their systematic approach to understanding spirituality might seem different from yours, but it's exactly what they need right now. Some of them might even be experiencing these really intense crown chakra sensations during times when they're problem solving or analyzing situations. It's like their higher self is confirming that this analytical approach is actually part of their spiritual gift. And what's really powerful about this whole transformation is how their analytical mind is actually becoming this incredible spiritual compass. The high priestess just came forward so strongly, and she's showing me exactly what's happening in their inner world right now. Their logical mind isn't just processing information anymore. It's becoming this amazing antenna for spiritual wisdom. You know how sometimes they might seem really distant or lost in thought? The guides are showing me that during these moments, they're actually receiving these intense downloads of spiritual information. It's like their analytical mind, which used to be all about facts and figures, is now picking up on energies and frequencies they never even knew existed before. I'm seeing them having these moments, especially between 2 and 4 in the morning, where they're just flooded with emotions and understanding they can't quite explain. Remember that King of Swords energy we saw earlier? Well, now we can see how it's evolving. Their sharp analytical mind is trying so hard to make sense of all these spiritual experiences. Some of them are even starting to research spiritual topics at the strangest hours, like they're being pulled by something they can't explain. They might be writing things down, making notes about their experiences, trying to find patterns in all of this. The tower energy we saw before is still so present, but now we can see it from a different angle. This isn't just about their world being shaken up. It's about their whole way of thinking being transformed. The guides are showing me that they're seeing repeating numbers everywhere, especially 222 and 444. If you're seeing these numbers, 2, that's such a strong confirmation that you're energetically connected to this process. Looking at this Knight of Pentacles energy, it's really highlighting how they're trying to process all of this in such a methodical way. They might be creating these detailed notes or journals, trying to document everything they're experiencing. It's like they're trying to create this logical map of something that's completely spiritual. And while that might seem contradictory, the guides are showing me that this is exactly how they need to process this awakening. I'm getting such a strong message about protection here. Your divine masculine might be feeling really vulnerable right now because they're experiencing emotions and sensations they've never felt before. Their analytical mind is trying to protect them by making sense of everything, by putting it into neat little boxes and categories. And you know what? That's actually perfect for where they are in their journey. There's this really beautiful energy coming through about how they're being drawn to quiet moments of reflection. Some of them might even be trying meditation for the first time, but in their own way, maybe setting specific times or creating structured practices that feel safe to their logical mind. The guides are showing me that this careful, strategic approach isn't holding them back. It's actually helping them build a really solid foundation for their spiritual growth. Your guides want you to know that this resistance you might be feeling from them isn't really resistance at all. It's them processing this massive shift in consciousness in the only way they know how. When they seem distant or overly analytical, they're actually doing such deep internal work, trying to bridge the gap between their logical understanding and these new spiritual experiences. And what's really beautiful about their analytical processing is how it's actually opening up these incredible new doorways of understanding. The Ace of Swords just appeared, and wow, the energy around this card is so powerful right now. It's showing me that there's this massive breakthrough happening in their mind, but it's happening in this really organized, methodical way that feels safe for them. I'm getting such a clear message that some decision you made in your past, maybe something that seemed small at the time, actually set all of this in motion. You might be finding yourself looking back through old journals lately, or just having these random memories pop up about choices you made years ago, the guides are showing me that these weren't just regular decisions. They were these powerful spiritual choices that created the perfect opening for what's happening now. Your divine masculine is going through this fascinating process where they're literally documenting everything they're experiencing. Some of them might be creating spreadsheets of their spiritual experiences or keeping really detailed notes about their dreams. I know that might sound kind of funny, like who makes a spreadsheet about spiritual stuff, but this is actually perfect for them. Their analytical mind is becoming this amazing tool for spiritual growth. The guides are showing me that you've been seeing a lot of 555 and 888 lately. These numbers are huge confirmations about the transformation happening right now. The 555 is all about these big changes coming, and 888 represents this infinite connection between you two. If you've been seeing these numbers, especially during those early morning hours between 2 and 4 a.m., that's such a clear sign that this message is for you. What's really interesting is how their resistance is actually transforming into something really powerful. Instead of fighting against these spiritual experiences, they're starting to categorize them, analyze them, really try to understand them on a deeper level. The guides are showing me that some of them are even starting to recognize patterns in how energy works, almost like they're creating their own personal science of spirituality. You might be feeling really strongly watched or thought about lately, especially during those quiet moments of your day. That's because their analytical mind is actually processing your connection in this really intense way. They might be thinking about every interaction, every moment, trying to make sense of how they feel about you and this connection. The guides want you to know that this systematic approach they're taking isn't a sign of doubt or disbelief. It's actually their gift. Their practical, methodical nature is becoming this incredible spiritual strength. They're building this really solid foundation for understanding these higher concepts. And it's all happening because your elevated frequency triggered this perfect storm of awakening in them. Remember how we saw that King of Swords energy earlier? Now it's evolving into this beautiful blend of sharp intellect and spiritual wisdom. They're learning to trust their inner knowing while still honoring their need to understand things logically. It's like they're creating this perfect bridge between the spiritual and physical worlds, and it's all happening because of that wise choice you made in your past. Your presence in their life, your elevated frequency, it's like this constant gentle pressure that's helping them transform their analytical mind into something so much more powerful. They're starting to understand that logic and spirituality aren't enemies. They're actually perfect partners in this journey. Partners. And what's really fascinating is that while they're building this bridge between logic and spirituality, something even bigger is starting to emerge. The Hierophant just appeared in our spread, and the energy around this card is so powerful, it actually made my throat chakra tingle. This isn't just about them understanding spiritual concepts anymore. They're being called to share these understandings with others. I'm getting such a clear message that your divine masculine is starting to have these moments where they find themselves giving really deep spiritual advice to people almost without thinking about it. It might be catching them off guard, like suddenly having the perfect words to help someone through a difficult situation. The guides are showing me that this is actually awakening memories from past lives where they were spiritual teachers and guides. But Here's where it gets really interesting. This role of spiritual teacher is bringing up some deep fears for them. You might notice them pulling back sometimes after these moments of sharing wisdom, almost like they're second guessing themselves. The guides want you to know that this resistance is totally normal. It's like their analytical mind is saying, wait, who am I to guide others? While their soul is naturally stepping into this leadership role. You'll know this message is for you if you've been noticing your person suddenly talking about topics they never used to discuss before. Maybe they're sharing insights about energy, about how the universe works, or even about their own spiritual experiences. But then you might see them almost backtrack, like they're not sure if they should be sharing these things. The guides are showing me that many of them are experiencing physical sensations in their throat area, maybe clearing their throat more often, feeling a slight pressure, or even having the urge to sing or speak up more. These are all signs of their throat chakra opening up to channel this teaching energy. Some of them might even be having dreams about teaching or speaking to groups of people. What's really beautiful about this whole process is how their analytical mind is actually becoming their greatest asset in this spiritual leadership role. The Eight of Pentacles energy we saw earlier shows how they're approaching this very methodically, studying, learning, really diving deep into understanding these spiritual concepts before they share them. They're not just accepting things at face value. They're really doing the work to understand it all completely. I'm getting such a strong message that someone needs to hear this. If your divine masculine has been sending you articles or videos about spiritual topics or asking you unexpected deep questions about your own spiritual journey, these aren't just random conversations. They're actually testing the waters, starting to step into this teaching role in a way that feels safe for them. The guides want you to know that this awakening of their teaching abilities is happening in divine timing. Their analytical approach, which might seem slow or resistant at times, is actually perfect because it's helping them build a really solid foundation for the wisdom they're meant to share. They're learning to balance their logical understanding with their intuitive guidance in a way that will help them reach more people. And what's really powerful about this foundation they're building is that it's actually helping them step into an even deeper level of their spiritual awakening. I just pulled the Queen of Swords, and wow, the energy around this card is so clear and sharp. It's like cutting through any remaining fog in their mind. This card is showing up right after that King of Swords energy we saw earlier. And it's like watching their analytical mind evolve into something really beautiful. You know how sometimes when you're learning something new, there's this moment when everything just clicks? That's what's happening for your divine masculine right now. They're starting to see how all these spiritual concepts actually make perfect logical sense. It's like they're creating their own spiritual blueprint, but instead of just feeling things out, they're actually documenting and organizing their experiences in a way that feels safe and structured to them. I'm getting such a strong message that some of you might have noticed your person suddenly taking notes during meditation, or maybe they're starting to keep track of synchronicities in a really systematic way. Some of them might even be creating spreadsheets or digital journals about their spiritual experiences. And yes, I know that sounds super analytical, but the guides are showing me that this is actually perfect for them. The Tower card that showed up earlier is really interesting when we connect it to this Queen of Swords energy, because it's showing how their whole way of thinking is being restructured. But instead of fighting this change, they're actually starting to embrace it. They're beginning to see how their analytical mind isn't something they need to overcome to be spiritual. It's actually their superpower in this journey. I'm hearing really clearly that someone needs to hear this. If your divine masculine has been asking you really detailed questions about your spiritual practices, or if they've been trying to understand the science behind energy work or manifestation, this isn't them doubting. This is them processing in their own unique way. The high priestess energy we saw earlier is now merging with this analytical approach, showing how they're creating this beautiful bridge between logic and intuition. The guides are showing me that many of them are starting to have these moments where they're able to explain spiritual concepts in really practical, down-to-earth ways. It's like they're becoming translators between the spiritual and physical worlds. Some of you might notice them saying things like, actually, this spiritual concept is kind of like the scientific principle, or finding really clever ways to explain energy work through practical examples. I'm also seeing that numbers like 444 or 888 are showing up for many of them during times when they're deep in thought or analysis. These numbers are like little cosmic high fives, confirming that yes, this analytical approach is exactly right for them. And what's really fascinating is that this methodical way of processing is actually helping them understand their role as a protector and leader in this connection on a much deeper level. This methodical approach is actually showing up so powerfully in the cards right now because I just pulled the Four of Pentacles, and the energy around this card is really fascinating. It's showing me how your divine masculine is kind of holding on to their need for structure and control, but in a way that's actually serving a higher purpose. You know how sometimes we think someone is being stubborn, but really they're just trying to create a safe space to process things? That's exactly what's happening here. The guides are showing me that their analytical mind, remember that King of Swords energy we saw earlier, is actually becoming this amazing spiritual tool. It's like they're creating this bridge between the practical world and the spiritual realm, but they're doing it in their own unique way. Some of you might notice your person starting to talk about spiritual concepts, but explaining them in really practical terms, like they're breaking down complex ideas into simple steps or systems. I'm getting such a clear message that many of these divine masculines are actually stepping into this role of being a teacher or guide for others, even though they might not realize it yet. The Hierophant energy that came through earlier is connecting so strongly with this Four of Pentacles, showing that their natural desire to protect and maintain control is actually transforming into this beautiful spiritual guardianship. They're becoming these practical spiritual teachers, but in a way that feels safe and grounded to them. You might notice them doing things like sharing their own experiences with others who are just starting their spiritual journey, but doing it in this really down-to-earth way. Like they might say something like, I used to think this was all nonsense, but let me explain how I started understanding it. They're becoming these bridges for other people who are skeptical or analytical like they used to be. I'm seeing that a lot of them are having these moments where they suddenly understand complex spiritual concepts in this really practical way, and they're finding themselves explaining these things to others almost without thinking about it. The High Priestess energy we saw earlier is working with their logical mind in such a beautiful way. It's like they're becoming these practical mystics. The guides are showing me that some of you might notice your person needing more alone time lately. This isn't them pulling away. They're actually processing all these new spiritual insights and trying to make sense of them in their own way. They might be creating these systems or frameworks for understanding spiritual concepts, and this is actually perfect for them. Their analytical mind isn't a barrier to spirituality anymore. It's becoming their greatest spiritual tool. I'm getting such strong confirmation that many of them are starting to notice patterns and synchronicities, but instead of dismissing them, they're actually documenting them or trying to understand the deeper meaning behind them. Some of them might even be keeping track of these experiences in a really organized way. And while this might seem too structured for some people's spiritual journey, for your divine masculine, this is exactly how they need to process this awakening. And you know what's really fascinating? As they're doing all this documentation and trying to make sense of their spiritual journey, I'm being drawn to pull another card to understand this energy deeper. The Eight of Pentacles is coming through, and wow, this card is literally showing exactly what we've been talking about. This is such beautiful confirmation of their dedication to mastering these new spiritual abilities, but in their own methodical way. I'm getting such a clear message that many of these divine masculines are literally creating their own personal systems to understand these spiritual experiences. Some of them might be writing things down, making notes in their phones, or even, and this is so specific, but I'm being told to share it, creating actual spreadsheets or charts to track their spiritual experiences. If your divine masculine works with computers or is very data-oriented in their career, this message is especially for you. The guides are showing me that this Eight of Pentacles energy is all about mastery through practice and dedication. But here's what's really interesting. They're applying this same focused energy they use in their work or practical life to understand their spiritual awakening. It's like they're treating their spiritual growth like a project they need to master. And while that might seem unusual, the guides are saying this is perfect for them. I'm sensing that some of you might be worried that your person is being too analytical or too structured with their spiritual journey. But the guides want you to know that this is actually their pathway to deeper understanding. Think about it like learning a new language. They're creating their own spiritual dictionary, their own way of translating these ethereal experiences into something their logical mind can process. The energy around this Eight of Pentacles is also showing me that they're experiencing these unexpected bursts of psychic awareness or intuitive knowing, especially about you and your connection. But instead of pushing these experiences away, they're actually documenting them. They might be noticing patterns in numbers, seeing repeated sequences, or experiencing deja vu moments, and they're starting to pay attention to these signs in a way they never did before. Some of you might notice your person suddenly buying books about spirituality, but not the typical spiritual books. They might be drawn to scientific research about consciousness, quantum physics, or studies about psychic phenomena. They're trying to bridge their logical understanding with these new spiritual experiences, and that's exactly what they need right now. I'm being shown that this methodical approach is actually helping them process their tower moment we saw earlier. remember that complete shakeup of their reality. Their analytical mind is becoming this powerful tool for spiritual growth, but they're still wrestling with this deep fear of losing their rational grounding as their intuition expands. It's like they're standing between two worlds, the logical and the spiritual, and they're learning how to be a bridge between both. And what's really fascinating about this bridge they're building between logic and spirituality is that it's actually making their intuition even stronger. The Page of Swords just came through, and this energy is showing me how they're watching everything so carefully now, almost like a scientist studying a new discovery. They're not just dismissing these spiritual experiences anymore. They're taking notes. They're paying attention. They're really trying to understand what's happening to them. I keep seeing this image of someone sitting at their desk late at night, maybe around 2 or 3 a.m., and they're typing away on their computer. But instead of working on their usual projects, they're researching things like quantum physics or the science behind meditation, or even looking up the meaning of certain numbers they keep seeing everywhere. The guides are showing me that this isn't just random curiosity. It's their analytical mind trying to make sense of their spiritual awakening in the only way it knows how. You know what's really interesting? Some of them are even starting to notice that their technology acts weird when they're thinking about you or when they're having these spiritual breakthroughs, like their phone might glitch at exactly the right moment, or they'll see your name pop up in the most unexpected places. And instead of brushing it off as coincidence like they used to, they're starting to document these moments. I'm seeing some of them even setting up systems to track when these things happen, like noting the time, the date, what they were thinking about. The Page of Swords is also showing me that they're becoming really observant of their own thought patterns. It's like they're developing this new kind of intelligence that combines their logical mind with their growing intuition. They might notice that every time they think about reaching out to you, they see a certain number sequence, or their favorite song starts playing, or they get this tingling sensation at the top of their head. That's their crown chakra opening up, by the way. I'm getting such a strong message that this analytical approach isn't blocking their spiritual growth. It's actually speeding it up. Think about it. They're taking all these spiritual experiences that used to scare them or confuse them, and they're organizing them in a way that makes sense to their mind. The guides are showing me that this is exactly what they need right now. It's like they're creating their own personal manual for understanding the spiritual world. Some of them might even be experiencing these intense headaches or pressure around their crown chakra, especially when they're trying to analyze these spiritual experiences. That's because their analytical mind is literally being rewired to handle higher frequencies of spiritual information. It's like they're upgrading their internal operating system, but instead of fighting it, they're documenting the whole process. And here's something really beautiful. All this documentation, all these notes they're taking, all these patterns they're noticing, the guides are showing me that one day this is going to help others who are going through the same process. Their unique way of breaking down spiritual concepts into logical steps is going to be such a gift for other analytical people who are just starting their awakening journey. But now I'm seeing something deeper happening with their analytical mind. It's like their whole way of processing information is going through this intense transformation. The tower energy we saw earlier is still working its magic, breaking down those mental walls they built to keep their emotions locked away. What's really interesting is how the King of Swords energy is shifting. Instead of using that sharp analytical mind to keep feelings at bay, they're starting to use it to understand their emotional world. I'm feeling such heavy energy coming through right now with this 10 of Wands that just appeared. It's showing me how they're carrying so much, all these past hurts, all these old stories they never properly processed. You know how sometimes we think we're over something just because we pushed it down deep enough. That's what they've been doing. But now all of those buried feelings are coming up to be healed. The guides are showing me this person sitting at their desk, maybe at work or doing something totally normal, when suddenly they get hit with this wave of emotion about something that happened years ago. It might even be about their childhood or their first heartbreak. These memories aren't just randomly surfacing. It's all part of their awakening process. They're starting to understand that all those times they chose logic over feelings, they were actually just protecting themselves from pain. I'm seeing them doing something really interesting. They might be starting to write things down, maybe in a journal or even in their phone notes. But here's what's special about it. They're approaching their emotions almost like a research project. I know that might sound funny, but it's actually perfect for them. They're starting to track patterns, notice triggers, maybe even creating spreadsheets or charts about their feelings. Some of you might be laughing because you've caught them doing exactly this. There's also this really strong message coming through about numbers, especially 555 and 888. They're seeing these numbers everywhere, and it's driving their analytical mind crazy trying to figure out why. But these numbers are actually signs of major change and abundance coming their way through this healing process. The guides want you to know that even though they might seem really stuck in their head right now, trying to figure everything out, this is actually their perfect path to healing. They're like a scientist studying their own awakening, and that's exactly what their soul needs. Some of them are even starting to look into things like therapy or energy healing, but they're approaching it very methodically, researching different methods, reading studies, looking for proof that these things work. I'm getting such a clear message that they're remembering situations from the past that they need to find closure with. It's like their mind is finally allowing these memories to surface because they're strong enough now to handle them. These aren't just random memories. They're specifically about times when they chose their head over their heart, when they ignored their intuition because it didn't make logical sense. The guides are showing me how all of this internal work they're doing is actually creating this beautiful bridge between their analytical mind and their spiritual wisdom. It's like they're learning a whole new language, the language of emotions and energy, but they're learning it through the familiar framework of logic and analysis. And speaking of this bridge they're building between logic and spirit, what's really fascinating is what's showing up with this 10 of Wands energy that's coming through so strongly right now. They're carrying such a heavy load, but it's not just their own burdens. They're taking on responsibilities for everyone around them because they feel like they have to be the strong, stable one. You know how sometimes when we start awakening, we feel this pressure to have everything figured out? That's exactly what they're going through. I'm getting this really clear image of them sitting at their desk, probably late at night, and they've got this pressure in their chest. It's like this physical weight they're carrying, and some of you might notice them rubbing that area or taking deep breaths more often. The guides are showing me they're literally feeling the weight of their transformation in their body. The number patterns around them are getting really intense too, especially 10, 1001, and 1010 keep showing up everywhere. Maybe they're catching these numbers on clocks, receipts, license plates, and their analytical mind is trying so hard to make sense of it all. It's actually kind of sweet how they're approaching this spiritual awakening like a research project, trying to document and understand every synchronicity. But here's what's really interesting about this Ten of Wands energy combined with that King of Swords we saw earlier. They're trying to maintain control of their logical world while everything's shifting. It's like they're organizing their spiritual awakening, maybe even making lists or spreadsheets about their experiences. Some of them might even be having these really vivid dreams about carrying heavy boxes or moving furniture, and that's their subconscious showing them how much they're taking on. The guides want you to know something really important. They're not just processing their own spiritual awakening. They're actually being prepared for a leadership role they never expected. I'm seeing them suddenly finding themselves in situations where people are coming to them for advice, even though they don't feel ready for that responsibility. It's like the universe is pushing them into this teacher role while they still feel like a student. They might be cleaning and organizing their space a lot lately, or feeling this sudden urge to declutter. This isn't just about physical space. It's them trying to create order while everything in their spiritual world feels so chaotic. The guides are showing me that these seemingly random emotional releases they're having, maybe crying at commercials or getting unusually angry at small things, it's all part of them processing this massive energy shift. What's really beautiful about this whole process is how they're learning to trust both their analytical mind and their intuition. The guides are showing me that they don't need to choose between being logical and being spiritual. They're actually meant to be a bridge between these two worlds. They're learning how to use their practical wisdom to explain spiritual concepts to others, even as they're still figuring it out themselves. Right now, their biggest struggle is this fear of failing the people who depend on them. They feel like they need to have all the answers to be completely healed and enlightened before they can help others. But the guides are showing me that their journey, including all their doubts and questions, is exactly what makes them perfect for this role. They're meant to show others that you can be both analytical and spiritual, that you can question and wonder and still be deeply connected to divine wisdom. And you know what's fascinating about their spiritual journey? Just as I'm looking at how they're processing all of this, the Eight of Wands comes flying into our space, and it's showing me how quickly things are accelerating for them right now. It's like their whole world is speeding up, especially in how they're thinking and processing information. I'm seeing them having these moments where they're sitting at work, maybe in the middle of a totally normal task, and suddenly they're hit with these huge spiritual insights. It's almost like their logical brain is being rewired in real time. Remember that King of Swords energy we saw earlier? Well, it's still so present, but it's transforming in the most beautiful way. Instead of just using their analytical mind to solve everyday problems, they're starting to use it as this amazing tool for spiritual understanding. I'm seeing them actually creating these detailed systems. Some of them might even be using spreadsheets or notes on their phone to track all the synchronicities and spiritual experiences they're having. The guides are showing me that this isn't just them being overly analytical. It's actually their unique gift, their way of building bridges between the logical and spiritual worlds. You know what's really interesting? The Hierophant keeps showing up in their energy, and it's telling me that they're slowly stepping into this role of being a teacher or guide for others, even though they might not realize it yet. I'm seeing people starting to come to them for advice, asking them to explain spiritual concepts. And they have this amazing ability to break it down in ways that make sense to everyone. It's like they're becoming this translator between the spiritual and physical worlds. And with that Eight of Pentacles energy that's been following them, I'm seeing how dedicated they are to really mastering this new way of being. They're not just rushing through this awakening. They're taking notes, doing research, really trying to understand everything deeply. Some of them might even be experiencing these intense crown chakra activations, especially when they're problem solving or working on practical tasks. It's like their higher self is rewarding them for using their analytical gifts in this new spiritual way. I'm getting such a strong message about numbers right now, particularly 555 and 888. These numbers are showing up everywhere for them, and it's not just random. The 555 is about these massive changes they're going through, while the 888 is confirming they're exactly where they need to be on their path. Some of them might be seeing these numbers during really practical moments, like on receipts, license plates, or work documents. And that's Spirit's way of showing them how their everyday world is merging with their spiritual path. What's really powerful about all of this is how they're starting to realize that being analytical isn't opposing their spiritual growth. It's actually enhancing it. I'm seeing them having these moments of clarity where past spiritual experiences suddenly make perfect sense, like pieces of a puzzle clicking into place. They might be going back through old journals or notes and finding patterns they never noticed before. And it's all part of this beautiful integration process. And what's really fascinating about this whole journey they're on is that the very thing they used to see as a barrier, that analytical, methodical way of thinking, is actually becoming their greatest spiritual superpower. I keep seeing this image of a calculator transforming into this beautiful crystal, and the guides are showing me that this represents how their logical mind is becoming this incredible spiritual tool. You know, it's really interesting because just as I'm feeling into their energy more deeply, the Hierophant appears, and it's showing up in this really unexpected way. It's like their higher self is revealing this hidden truth about their path. I'm seeing them almost reluctantly stepping into this teacher role, but not in the traditional sense. It's like they're becoming this bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds. And their analytical nature is exactly what makes them perfect for this role. The energy I'm feeling around them right now is really intense, especially around their crown chakra. It's like they're experiencing these moments where their whole understanding of reality is being reorganized. Some of them might be feeling this really strong pressure or tingling at the top of their head, especially when they're trying to make sense of spiritual concepts. This isn't just a random sensation. It's actually their spiritual downloads being integrated in a way their logical mind can process. I'm hearing so clearly from the guides that their fear of losing control, which might feel really challenging right now, is actually perfectly designed. It's like they're being pushed to create these new systems of understanding, these new ways of explaining spiritual concepts that will help others who are just starting their awakening journey. Some of them might even be finding themselves explaining spiritual concepts to others at work or in casual conversations, and surprising themselves with how naturally it flows. The King of Swords energy we saw earlier is evolving in such a beautiful way. Instead of using that sharp analytical energy to cut through illusions, they're now using it to carve out new pathways of understanding. I'm seeing some of them actually creating these detailed notes or even spreadsheets about their spiritual experiences. The guides are showing me that this isn't them being too analytical. It's actually their unique gift of making the mystical accessible to others. What's really powerful is how their protection mechanisms are transforming that wall they built around their heart, that need to understand everything logically before accepting it. It wasn't just about protecting themselves. The guides are showing me it was actually about preparing them to help others who think the same way they used to. They're going to be able to reach people who are skeptical about spirituality because they understand that mindset so deeply. I'm hearing that for some of them, they're starting to notice patterns in the most unexpected places. Maybe they're seeing repeating numbers during really practical tasks, or they're suddenly understanding complex spiritual concepts while doing something totally mundane, like washing dishes or organizing their desk. This is their analytical mind merging with their intuition in this really beautiful dance. The guides want you to know that their seemingly slow, methodical approach to spirituality isn't a resistance. It's actually divinely designed. They're building this incredible foundation that's going to help so many others who struggle with accepting spiritual concepts. Their analytical mind isn't holding them back anymore. It's becoming their greatest tool for spiritual understanding and teaching. Their methodical way of processing spiritual knowledge is serving an even bigger purpose than we initially realized. The Ten of Pentacles just came forward, and it's revealing something so profound about their role in all of this. You see, while they've been doing all this deep inner work, they're actually being prepared to build something much more lasting, a foundation that's going to support not just their own spiritual growth, but the growth of so many others. I'm getting such a strong message about how their analytical mind is going through this beautiful transformation. It's like watching someone who used to only write in black and white, suddenly discovering they can paint in full color. They're starting to see how their logical approach to understanding spirituality isn't just for them. It's this incredible gift they're developing to help bridge the gap for others who struggle with spiritual concepts. The guides are showing me this really interesting image I'm seeing someone organizing books on a shelf, but these aren't ordinary books. They're glowing with this golden light. This is a message about how they're naturally starting to organize and structure spiritual knowledge in a way that makes sense to others. Some of them might find themselves creating study guides, taking detailed notes during meditation, or even making spreadsheets about their spiritual experiences. If this is you, the guides want you to know this isn't you being too logical. It's actually part of your divine purpose. I'm feeling such strong crown chakra energy coming through right now. It's like their higher self is downloading this understanding that their protective instincts, especially when it comes to helping others navigate their spiritual journey, are actually a crucial part of their soul mission. Some of them might be experiencing this as a sudden urge to shield or guide others who are just starting their spiritual journey. They might even find themselves naturally stepping into mentor roles without really planning to. The energy I'm getting is showing me that many of them are seeing repeating numbers, especially 424 or 888, particularly when they're in planning mode or trying to organize their thoughts. This isn't a coincidence. It's divine confirmation that they're aligning with their higher purpose. Their guides are using these numbers to validate their systematic approach to spiritual growth. What's really fascinating is how their resistance is actually transforming into something really beautiful. That feeling of being overwhelmed by responsibility, especially when it comes to their spiritual leadership role, it's actually helping them create really solid, practical approaches to spiritual growth. It's like they're building this bridge between the practical and spiritual worlds, and their analytical mind is the perfect tool for this task. I'm seeing some of them unexpectedly finding themselves drawn to studying ancient wisdom traditions, but in this really structured way. They might be creating timelines of spiritual teachings or organizing different philosophical concepts into frameworks that make sense to their logical mind. The guides are showing me that this systematic approach is exactly what's needed. They're helping translate spiritual wisdom into a language that more analytical people can understand. Their emotional turbulence right now, all these intense feelings they're processing, it's actually refining their capacity for leadership. It's like they're being spiritually forged into these incredible teachers who can stand firmly in both the practical and spiritual realms. This isn't just about personal growth anymore. They're being prepared to help guide others through their own awakening journeys, especially those who struggle with accepting spiritual concepts. And what's really amazing is how their logical mind is actually becoming this incredible spiritual compass. The chariot just came forward, and it's showing me something so powerful about how they're learning to work with these intense energies. It's like they're learning to drive this spiritual chariot, but instead of trying to control everything with pure force, they're discovering this beautiful balance between staying in control and letting their intuition guide them. I'm feeling such strong crown chakra activation as I look at this card. Many of them are experiencing these really intense moments of clarity, especially during the most ordinary tasks, like driving to work or doing the dishes. It's almost like their analytical mind is creating these perfect, quiet moments where divine downloads can come through. Some of them might even be finding themselves grabbing their phone or a notebook at random times to write down these spiritual insights they can't quite explain yet. The guides are showing me this really interesting image. It's like watching someone organize a library, but instead of books, they're organizing beams of light. This is such a clear message about how their strategic mind is becoming their greatest spiritual gift. They're processing these high frequency downloads in a way that makes sense to their logical brain, and that's exactly how it's meant to be happening. What's really fascinating is how some of them are being drawn to research spiritual topics at 3 a.m. or finding themselves making spreadsheets about their meditation experiences. If this is happening to you, please know this isn't your analytical mind trying to control spirituality. It's actually your higher self working through your natural gifts to help you understand these complex spiritual concepts. I'm seeing the number 777 appearing for many of them, especially during times when they're trying to plan or make sense of things. This is a huge validation from their guides that they're on the right path. Their analytical approach isn't blocking their spiritual growth. It's actually creating this perfect bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds. The energy I'm getting from the Chariot is showing me that many of them are discovering these hidden leadership qualities they never knew they had. They might suddenly find themselves explaining spiritual concepts to others in ways that just make sense, or creating these really clear frameworks for understanding energy work. This is all part of their soul mission. They're meant to be these bridges between the practical and spiritual realms. Their guides want them to know that this methodical way of processing spiritual information isn't just okay. It's actually crucial for their journey. Some of them might be feeling this pull to document everything, to create systems for understanding their spiritual experiences. The guides are showing me that this systematic approach is actually helping them anchor these higher frequencies into the physical realm in a way that's going to help so many others who think like them. I'm seeing such clear images of some of them experiencing these waves of emotion right in the middle of analyzing something, or getting these profound spiritual insights while they're working on completely logical tasks. This is their higher self showing them how these two parts of themselves, the logical and the intuitive, are meant to work together in perfect harmony. And what's really fascinating is how this systematic way of processing their spiritual awakening is actually leading them to this major turning point. The Two of Swords just appeared, and it's showing me so clearly how their analytical mind is at this crucial crossroads. I'm feeling such intense energy around this decision point they're facing. It's like their logical brain is trying to decide whether to keep fighting against these spiritual experiences or finally surrender to them. You know how earlier we saw the Tower showing their whole mental framework breaking down? Well, this Two of Swords is revealing exactly how they're handling that breakdown. Some of them are literally creating spreadsheets or journals to document their spiritual experiences. The guides are showing me someone sitting at their desk trying to make logical sense of something that happened during meditation, and suddenly feeling this intense pressure or tingling at the top of their head. That's their crown chakra opening up, even in these super practical moments. I keep seeing the numbers 222 and 404 appearing for them, especially when they're trying to find stability in all of this chaos. It's like their guides are using these numbers to say, yes, we know you need structure, And that's okay. Some of them might be noticing these numbers on clocks, especially during those early morning hours between 2 and 4 a.m. when they're wide awake, mind racing with all these new understandings. The King of Swords energy we saw earlier is really interesting now because it's showing me how their super analytical approach is actually becoming their superpower. Instead of this being a block to their spiritual growth, it's becoming their unique way of processing these higher frequencies. I'm seeing someone who usually deals with data and logic suddenly getting these profound spiritual insights right in the middle of their work day. It's like their analytical mind is creating this perfect foundation for spiritual wisdom to build upon. Remember that Eight of Pentacles we pulled? It's showing up again to reveal something really important about their process, their methodical nature, that need to master and understand everything step by step is actually their greatest gift in this spiritual journey. The guides are showing me how some of them are organizing their physical spaces in new ways. And this isn't just about cleaning. It's actually them subconsciously creating space for these new energies to come in. I'm getting such a strong message about their protective instincts too. It's like their logical, strategic mind is being transformed into this amazing spiritual gift. They're starting to understand complex spiritual concepts in ways that make perfect sense, and they're going to be able to explain these things to others who think like them. But right now, they're in this intense space where their brain is trying to bridge the gap between logic and intuition. It's like trying to solve a puzzle where half of the pieces are made of light. Their analytical mind is learning to work with energy it can't fully measure or quantify. Their guides are showing me that this feeling of being torn between their logical mind and their expanding intuition is exactly where they need to be right now. Some of them might be feeling this really intense pressure to choose between being practical and being spiritual, but that's not actually the choice they're being asked to make. The real transformation happening here is about integrating both sides, becoming this practical mystic who can walk in both worlds. And what's really fascinating about this integration of their practical and spiritual sides is what I'm seeing with the Magician card that just appeared. This is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. Their analytical mind isn't just accepting these spiritual gifts. It's becoming the very tool that helps them master them. I'm seeing someone who used to only trust what they could prove, suddenly realizing they can use their strategic thinking to actually enhance their spiritual abilities. You know how sometimes when you're learning something new, you need to break it down into steps that make sense? That's exactly what their higher self is helping them do right now. This magician energy is showing me how they're starting to create their own systems for understanding spiritual concepts. Some of them might be writing down their meditation experiences or keeping track of synchronicities in a way that feels organized and logical to them. The guides are showing me someone literally making charts or lists of their spiritual experiences. And instead of this being a block, it's actually helping them process these higher frequencies in their own unique way. When we look back at that King of Swords energy we saw earlier, it's all making so much sense now. Their analytical mind isn't their enemy in this spiritual journey. It's becoming their greatest ally. I'm seeing someone who usually deals with spreadsheets and data suddenly getting downloads of spiritual wisdom right in the middle of their workday. It's like their logical mind is becoming this perfect vessel for divine knowledge. Some of them might be feeling pressure around their crown chakra, especially when they're doing very logical tasks. That's their higher self saying, yes, use this analytical energy to understand these spiritual concepts. The tower that we saw earlier is still playing such a big role here. But now, with the magician's influence, I'm seeing how this breakdown of their mental barriers is actually helping them build something so much stronger. Their guides are showing me that every time they try to logically understand something spiritual, they're actually creating new neural pathways that bridge the gap between their analytical mind and their intuition. The Eight of Pentacles energy is really interesting here too, because it's showing how their methodical approach is actually perfect for this stage of their journey. They're like spiritual scientists right now, carefully observing and documenting their experiences. Some of them might be finding themselves researching ancient spiritual texts or studying different metaphysical concepts, but they're doing it in this really structured, methodical way that honors who they are. I'm getting such a clear message about doors, both literal and metaphorical. Some of you might be noticing doors seemingly opening or closing by themselves, or having strange experiences with locks or handles. The guides are saying this is a physical representation of how new pathways are opening in their mind. They're literally creating doorways between their logical understanding and spiritual wisdom. What's really beautiful about this whole process is how their resistance is actually serving a divine purpose. That analytical part of them that questions everything, it's actually helping them build a really solid foundation for their spiritual gifts. Instead of just accepting everything at face value, they're developing this deep, comprehensive understanding that's going to make them incredible teachers and guides for others who think like them. And you know what's really fascinating? Just as we're talking about their analytical mind becoming this spiritual compass, the Queen of Pentacles comes forward with such perfect timing. This card is showing me something really beautiful happening beneath the surface that they might not even be aware of yet. It's like their practical, systematic way of thinking isn't just accepting spiritual wisdom. It's actually becoming this incredible foundation for it. I keep hearing teacher, 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 but with this interesting twist, they're so afraid of being seen as some kind of spiritual leader, but that's exactly what makes them perfect for it. Their fear of misleading others is actually this divine protection that ensures they'll be thorough and careful with the wisdom they share. Some of them might be having these really vivid dreams where they're standing in front of groups of people, teaching or guiding them, and then waking up feeling almost embarrassed about it. That's their higher self showing them glimpses of their future role. Looking at how this Queen of Pentacles energy connects with the Tower card we saw earlier, I'm seeing how their whole way of understanding the world is shifting. They might be finding spiritual meaning in the most practical things now, like getting important messages through spreadsheet numbers at work, or having profound realizations while doing everyday tasks like cooking or gardening. Their guides are showing me how they're starting to notice patterns everywhere, especially in their work life, that they now realize have deeper spiritual meaning. The Hierophant energy we saw earlier is making so much more sense now too. Some of them are feeling this really strong urge to protect others who are going through spiritual awakenings, but they're holding back because they don't feel qualified enough. But here's the thing. Their practical experience is exactly what makes them such valuable guides. They know how to break down complex spiritual concepts into step-by-step processes that others can actually follow. I'm seeing someone literally creating systems to track their spiritual experiences, maybe journaling about signs they see, or even making actual spreadsheets of synchronicities. And while part of them feels silly doing this, their guides are saying this is exactly perfect for who they are. This practical approach to spirituality isn't just okay. It's their gift. They're building bridges between the logical and spiritual worlds that will help so many others who think like them. Their fear about stepping into this leadership role is actually such a beautiful confirmation that they're on the right path. I'm seeing someone who keeps trying to ignore these spiritual downloads they're getting, especially during meetings or work presentations, but these messages just keep coming through stronger and stronger. It's like their analytical mind is being rewired to become this amazing translator between practical reality and spiritual wisdom. The most beautiful part is how their practical nature is serving such a divine purpose. Where they see resistance, their guides are showing me transformation. Every time they try to analyze or make sense of their spiritual experiences, they're actually creating new pathways for divine wisdom to flow through. They're becoming this incredible blend of practical teacher and spiritual guide, even if they can't fully see it yet. And what's really fascinating is that while I'm seeing all this transformation in their analytical mind, the Three of Pentacles just came forward with such perfect timing. This card is showing me something so important about what's happening behind the scenes with your divine masculine right now. They're not just going through this awakening alone. There's actually this whole team of spiritual guides working with them, especially when they're sleeping. I keep seeing this image of them waking up between 2 and 4 in the morning, their mind racing with all these thoughts they can't quite make sense of. That's actually when their guides are downloading the most information to them. They might be finding themselves making these really detailed notes or even spreadsheets about spiritual concepts during the day, trying to organize all this new information in a way their logical mind can understand. And you know what? Their guides are showing me that this is absolutely perfect. It's exactly how they need to process this awakening. Looking at how this Three of Pentacles connects with that King of Swords energy we saw earlier, I'm seeing how they're literally building new neural pathways in their brain. It's like they're creating this bridge between their analytical thinking and these new spiritual understandings. Some of them might even be finding themselves organizing their physical space differently, rearranging their desk at work or reorganizing their home. And while it might seem random, it's actually their way of creating external order while their internal world is transforming. The tower energy we saw earlier is making so much more sense now too. What looks like resistance or fear of losing control isn't actually resistance at all. It's protection. Their guides are showing me that they're intentionally slowing down this awakening process to make sure your divine masculine can integrate it in a way that doesn't overwhelm their systematic mind. They might be experiencing these unexpected waves of emotion right in the middle of work tasks or meetings. And while it might feel disruptive, it's actually a sign that the integration is working. I'm seeing someone who keeps noticing repeating numbers during really practical moments, like when they're reviewing work documents or checking their email. And every time they try to brush it off as coincidence, 3 more synchronicities pop up. Their guides are actually using their analytical nature to their advantage, placing these signs in places where their logical mind can't ignore them. The 8 of Pentacles energy we saw earlier connects so perfectly with this too. They're literally mastering spiritual concepts through their methodical approach. Some of them might be creating these really detailed systems to understand energy work or manifestation, breaking everything down into steps and processes. And while they might worry this is too rigid or structured, their guides are showing me that this is actually going to become their unique gift, their ability to translate spiritual concepts into practical, actionable steps that others can follow. They might be feeling this pressure to abandon their analytical nature to become more spiritual, but that's not what's meant to happen at all. Their systematic approach isn't something to overcome. It's actually the foundation for a whole new way of teaching spiritual concepts. I'm seeing them developing this really unique methodology that bridges the gap between practical thinking and spiritual wisdom, even though they might not realize that's what they're doing yet. I'm actually getting chills right now because the 6 of Wands just came forward, and this is such beautiful confirmation about what we were just seeing with their methodical spiritual journey. What's so fascinating is how this card is showing me that deep down, beneath all their careful analysis and systematic approach, there's this growing sense of spiritual confidence that's starting to emerge. It's like watching a flower slowly opening its petals, but in their case, each petal opens through understanding and making sense of these spiritual experiences. You know how we were just talking about them creating these detailed systems? Well, my guides are showing me that some of them are actually starting to feel really good about these methods they're developing. They might not be sharing this with anyone yet, but there's this inner knowing starting to build that they're on to something important. I'm seeing someone specifically who keeps a notebook or maybe even a digital document where they're tracking patterns. And every time they make a new connection, there's this tiny spark of excitement they quickly try to push down. The way this 6 of Wands is connecting with that King of Swords energy we saw earlier is really interesting. It's showing me that their analytical mind isn't just transforming, it's actually becoming their greatest spiritual asset. Some of you might be noticing them getting really excited about explaining certain concepts, especially at work or in professional settings, and then catching themselves like they're surprised by their own enthusiasm. That's because their natural leadership abilities are starting to merge with their spiritual awakening. I keep hearing this message. The resistance is the roadmap. It's like their guides want them to know that the very things they're questioning or trying to make logical sense of are actually creating this perfect pathway for their awakening. Some of them might be staying up late at night, researching spiritual topics, but approaching it like a study session or a work project. And while they might worry this isn't the right way to be spiritual, their guides are showing me that this is exactly perfect for them. I'm seeing someone specifically who keeps getting these random spiritual insights right in the middle of work presentations, or while they're doing something really practical. It might feel disruptive to them, but it's actually their guides showing them how to bridge both worlds. What's really beautiful about this Six of Wands energy is that it's revealing how all their careful documentation and analysis isn't just for them. It's going to become a teaching tool for others who struggle with bridging the practical and spiritual worlds. The Tower energy we saw earlier is making even more sense now, because I'm seeing that their biggest fear isn't actually about losing control. It's about stepping into their full potential as a spiritual teacher or guide. They might not even see themselves in that role yet, but their analytical approach to spirituality is actually preparing them to help others who need this kind of structured understanding. Their guides are showing me that they're developing this really unique way of explaining spiritual concepts that's going to make so much sense to people who usually struggle with more abstract spiritual teachings. And you know what's really interesting about their preparation as a spiritual teacher? The Two of Pentacles just came forward, and it's showing me exactly how this transformation is happening in their daily life. I'm seeing them literally trying to juggle their practical responsibilities with these new spiritual downloads they're getting. Some of them might be sitting in business meetings and suddenly getting these powerful, intuitive hits, or finding themselves solving problems at work in completely new ways that combine both logic and intuition. Their guides are showing me something really fascinating. It's like watching someone learn to ride a bicycle while also trying to juggle. At first, it feels impossible, right? But that's exactly what's happening with their energy right now. They're learning this beautiful dance between their analytical mind and their spiritual wisdom. I'm seeing some of them literally creating spreadsheets or digital notes where they're tracking their spiritual experiences, trying to make sense of it all in a way that feels safe and familiar to them. You might notice them doing things that seem a bit unusual for someone having a spiritual awakening. Like, instead of just meditating, they might be researching the scientific benefits of meditation first. Or maybe they're creating detailed charts of their synchronistic experiences, trying to find patterns in the numbers or signs they're seeing. Your guides want you to know that this is absolutely perfect for them. It's their unique way of processing this transformation. I'm getting such strong confirmation that the pressure they might be feeling in their third eye area, especially during analytical tasks, is actually a sign of their energy centers aligning. Some of them might be experiencing headaches or this sensation of pressure right between their eyebrows, particularly when they're doing detailed work or analysis. This is literally their analytical mind opening up to receive higher wisdom. What's really beautiful about this Two of Pentacles energy is how it's showing me that they're naturally finding their own rhythm in this balance. I'm seeing someone who started writing down their dreams, but instead of just journaling them, they're categorizing them, looking for patterns, maybe even creating some kind of system to understand them better. And while they might think this is too structured or not spiritual enough, their guides are actually celebrating this approach. The way this connects with the Tower card we saw earlier is really profound, because what's breaking down isn't just their old beliefs, it's their entire way of processing reality. But instead of completely abandoning their analytical nature, they're learning to use it as a bridge. I'm seeing some of them starting to understand complex spiritual concepts through practical examples, like explaining karma through business relationships or understanding energy work through scientific principles. Their guides keep showing me this image of a master builder who's learning to construct something entirely new. They're using their familiar tools, their logic, their analysis, their strategic thinking, but they're building something spiritual. This isn't just about them finding balance. It's about them creating a whole new way of understanding spirituality that's going to help so many others who think like them. And speaking of helping others who think like them, I'm now being drawn to pull the Queen of Pentacles. And wow, this energy is so perfect because it shows exactly how they're bringing together these two different parts of themselves. You know how the Queen of Pentacles is all about that practical, nurturing energy. Well, their guides are showing me how they're using these same qualities to actually process their spiritual awakening. I'm getting such a clear image of your divine masculine sitting at their desk, maybe at work or in their home office, and they've got this intense look of concentration. They're literally trying to make sense of all these spiritual experiences in a way that feels safe and grounded to them. Some of them might even be creating detailed notes or spreadsheets about their spiritual journey. And I know that might sound funny, but their guides are actually showing me that this is perfect for them. Remember that King of Swords energy we saw earlier? It's still playing such a big role here. They're using that sharp, analytical mind like a tool now, but in a totally new way. Instead of using it to control everything, they're learning to use it to understand these higher truths that are coming through. I'm seeing some of them actually getting these amazing spiritual insights while they're doing the most ordinary things, like organizing their files or planning their week. The Tower energy we talked about before is still very active too, but it's showing up differently now. Rather than a complete breakdown, it's more like a careful dismantling. They're taking apart their old beliefs piece by piece, examining each one and deciding what still serves them. Their guides are showing me that this methodical approach is actually helping them process this awakening in a way that doesn't overwhelm them. You know what's really interesting? I'm getting this strong message about the number 444 showing up for them, especially when they're in planning mode or trying to figure something out. This is their guide's way of saying, yes, you're on the right track, even if it feels different from how others do this spiritual journey. The Hierophant energy that came through earlier is evolving too. I'm seeing them starting to develop their own unique way of teaching spiritual concepts. They might not even realize they're doing it yet, but when they explain things to others, they're naturally breaking down complex spiritual ideas into practical, understandable steps. It's like they're building a bridge between the spiritual and material worlds. I'm feeling such strong pressure in my crown chakra right now. This is exactly what many of them are experiencing, especially when they're trying to work with their usual analytical approach. It's like their higher self is downloading new information right into their practical understanding. Some of them might even be feeling watched or guided while they're doing their regular work. That's their spiritual team helping them integrate these new energies into their everyday life. Their guides want you to know that while this might look different from your own awakening journey, it's absolutely perfect for them. They're building something really special. A practical framework for understanding spiritual concepts that's going to help so many others who struggle with bridging these two worlds. And now I'm being drawn to pull another card to understand more about this methodical spiritual journey they're on. The Queen of Cups is showing up here, and instantly I'm feeling this powerful message about their shadow work. You know how the Queen of Cups represents deep emotional wisdom. Well, their guides are showing me how your divine masculine is actually using their analytical mind as a sort of protective shield while they process these intense emotions and spiritual downloads. I'm seeing them sitting alone late at night, maybe around 3 a.m., and they're feeling this almost unstoppable urge to research spiritual topics. But here's what's interesting. They're approaching it like a study project. I'm seeing spreadsheets, notebooks, maybe even charts. Some of you might be thinking, that's so not spiritual, but their guides are showing me this is exactly how they need to do this. It's like they're creating their own spiritual filing system, and it's absolutely perfect for them. Remember that tower energy we saw earlier? It's still working with this Queen of Cups energy, but in such a fascinating way. Instead of completely breaking down their walls, they're methodically taking them apart, brick by brick. They're examining each emotion, each spiritual experience, and categorizing it in a way that makes sense to their logical mind. Some of them might even be experiencing intense crown chakra sensations while they're doing the most mundane tasks, like organizing their workspace or making lists. That's their higher self downloading information in a way their analytical mind can process. I'm getting such strong validation about the numbers 444 and 88 showing up for them, especially when they're deep in this analytical process. Their guides are using these numbers to say, yes, this systematic approach is exactly right for you. Some of them might even be feeling watched while they're working alone. That's their spiritual team supporting this unique approach to awakening. The King of Swords energy we saw earlier is transforming beautifully here. Instead of using their analytical mind to control everything, they're developing this amazing ability to bridge the gap between logical thinking and spiritual wisdom. I'm seeing some of them having these incredibly vivid dreams about teaching others, but not in the typical spiritual teacher way. They're breaking down complex spiritual concepts into practical, step-by-step processes that others can follow. That Eight of Pentacles energy is really significant here too. While they're doing their regular work or focused on practical tasks, they're actually doing deep spiritual integration without even realizing it. Their guides are showing me how these moments of intense focus are actually creating sacred spaces for spiritual growth. Some of them might be experiencing unexpected waves of emotion while they're planning or organizing. That's their emotional body integrating with their analytical mind. What's really beautiful is how they're creating these detailed lists of their spiritual experiences. It might seem overly structured, but their guides are showing me this is their way of making peace with the unknown. They're not just documenting synchronicities. They're creating a personal roadmap of their awakening journey. And while they might feel resistance to some of these spiritual experiences, that resistance is actually showing how deep this transformation goes. And what's really fascinating is how this analytical approach is actually becoming their superpower. The King of Swords is showing up again in our spread, but there's something different about his energy now. He's not just sitting there in his analytical throne. He's transforming into this amazing wisdom keeper. It's like watching someone who used to only trust textbooks suddenly realizing they've become the author of their own spiritual manual. I'm getting such a clear message about this Eight of Pentacles energy that's still hanging around. You know how they've been so focused on getting everything perfect, understanding every detail? Well, their guides are showing me this beautiful image. It's like they're building a bridge, but not just any bridge. They're carefully placing each stone, each concept they've mastered, and it's becoming this pathway that others will walk on. Their methodical nature isn't just for them anymore. It's becoming this incredible teaching tool. Oh, and now the Six of Wands just flew out of the deck. This is such powerful confirmation. I'm seeing your divine masculine finally emerging from this intense internal battle they've been fighting. You know those moments when they've been so quiet, seemingly stuck in their head? That silence has been hiding this massive transformation. They've been rewiring their entire way of thinking, and now they're stepping into this role of authentic leadership. I'm getting such strong validation about their nighttime activities. Some of you might have noticed them staying up late, creating these detailed notes about spiritual concepts. Maybe you've even caught glimpses of their research or heard them talking about patterns they've noticed in different spiritual teachings. Their guides are showing me these moments are so crucial. It's like they're creating their own spiritual textbook, but one that bridges the gap between the logical and the mystical. The numbers 333 and 555 keep flashing in my vision. These are huge signs of transformation and change. If you or they have been seeing these numbers, especially during times when they're deep in their research or having those late night revelation moments, that's their guides confirming they're on the right path. What's really beautiful about this whole process is how their analytical mind isn't being shut down. It's being elevated. I'm seeing this image of a computer being upgraded to process quantum data. That's what's happening to their mental capacity right now. All those moments when they seem stuck or overly focused on details, they're not actually stuck at all. They're integrating this massive upgrade in their consciousness. And you know what's really interesting? Their systematic approach, which might have seemed like a barrier to spirituality before, is actually becoming their greatest gift. I'm seeing them breaking down complex spiritual concepts into these clear, practical steps that others can follow. It's like they're becoming this bridge between the spiritual and physical worlds, using their analytical skills to make the mystical accessible to others who think like them. Their analytical mind is becoming this incredible tool for spiritual growth. But what I'm seeing now with this world card coming in reversed is really fascinating. There's this intense resistance happening, like their mind is trying to process something that's way bigger than their usual understanding. You know, when you're trying to download a file that's too big for your computer, that's the energy I'm getting here. Their spiritual evolution is pushing against these mental boundaries they've created. The tower energy from earlier is still rippling through, and now I can see why. Their whole system of understanding the world is being completely rewired. Some of you might notice them doing really practical things to try to make sense of all this. I'm literally seeing someone making spreadsheets about their spiritual experiences or keeping detailed notes about their dreams. It might seem funny, but this is actually their way of bridging that gap between their logical mind and these huge spiritual downloads they're getting. What's really interesting is how they're approaching this like a research project. The King of Swords energy is so strong here. They're trying to find patterns, trying to make sense of all these synchronicities they're experiencing. Your guides are showing me that some of them are even waking up between 2 and 4 in the morning, their minds racing with all these concepts they're trying to piece together. If you've noticed them being more quiet lately or really focused on work, it's because they're using their everyday tasks as a way to ground themselves through this process. I'm getting such a clear message about unexpected moments of clarity. They'll be doing something totally normal, maybe working on a spreadsheet or organizing their desk. And suddenly they'll get hit with these profound spiritual insights. It's like their higher self is using their analytical nature as a doorway to deliver these spiritual messages. The Eight of Pentacles shows us they're really trying to master this, approaching their awakening like they would approach learning a new skill. The energy I'm feeling here is so intense. It's like watching someone try to solve a complex math problem while simultaneously having a spiritual awakening. Some of them might be seeing repeating numbers everywhere, especially during work hours or when they're doing something really analytical. Your guides are saying this is absolutely perfect. It's their way of showing them that logic and spirituality aren't separate at all. I'm seeing this really beautiful image of their energy right now. It's like they're standing in front of this massive library, but instead of just books, it's filled with both ancient wisdom and modern understanding. Their soul is trying to merge these two worlds together, but there's this resistance, this fear of letting go of their purely logical approach. That's what this world card reversed is really highlighting. They're right at the edge of a major breakthrough, but their analytical mind is still trying to maintain control of the process. What's really powerful about this is how they're actually creating their own unique path to awakening. Some of you might notice them taking concepts from different spiritual traditions and trying to organize them in a way that makes sense to their logical mind. They might be creating their own systems or frameworks for understanding energy work or manifestation. Your guides want you to know this isn't wrong. It's actually perfect for their journey. And what's so fascinating about their personal system is that it's actually working perfectly for their unique journey. I'm being drawn to pull another card here to understand more about this internal process they're going through. And wow, the Three of Pentacles has come forward. This is so interesting because it's showing me that while we might not see it on the surface, they're doing this incredible work behind the scenes to master something that's both practical and deeply spiritual. Your guides are showing me this really clear image of your divine masculine sitting at their desk during work hours, and suddenly feeling this intense pressure or tingling at the crown of their head. It's like they're getting these massive downloads of spiritual information right in the middle of their workday. Some of them are actually starting to document these experiences. I'm seeing someone literally creating a spreadsheet or a private journal where they're tracking every synchronicity, every strange occurrence, every moment when they feel that spiritual presence. What's really beautiful about this is how they're approaching their awakening in such a methodical way. The Three of Pentacles is showing me that they're treating this spiritual journey almost like a craft they need to perfect. It's like they're building this bridge between their analytical world and these new spiritual experiences, but they're doing it in complete privacy. Some of them are even feeling watched or observed while they're doing their regular analytical work, like their guides are right there with them, helping them integrate these two worlds. I'm hearing so clearly that many of them are experiencing really intense dreams right now, and these dreams are bringing up their deepest fears about losing control. See, the Three of Pentacles in this position is revealing something really important. They're actually working on mastering their spiritual gifts, but they're doing it in a way that feels safe and controlled to them. They're approaching it like a project they need to understand completely before taking any visible action. Your guides want you to know that some of them are keeping a really significant secret about their awakening. They might be experiencing these profound spiritual moments during their workday, seeing repeated numbers like 333, 545, or 888, especially when they're doing something really analytical or work-focused. It's like the universe is using their own logical nature as a gateway to deliver these spiritual messages. What's really interesting is how their analytical mind is actually being rewired to handle these higher frequencies. Think about it like upgrading a computer's operating system. There's this period where everything seems to slow down or glitch while the new software is being installed. That's exactly what's happening with them right now. They're experiencing these intense crown chakra activations, often during the most mundane moments of their day. And their logical mind is trying to categorize and make sense of these experiences. I'm being shown that many of them are feeling this really strong urge to organize their physical space right now. This isn't just about being neat. It's actually their way of trying to create external order while they're experiencing all this internal transformation. Your guides are saying this is perfect. This is exactly how they need to process this awakening. They're integrating their practical skills with this new spiritual wisdom in a way that honors both aspects of their nature. And while they're creating this external order, I'm seeing their analytical mind going through this massive transformation. The Ace of Swords just came forward so powerfully, and it's confirming everything I've been sensing about their mental breakthrough. What's really fascinating is how this isn't just about them thinking differently. It's about their whole mind literally rewiring itself to process spiritual information in a completely new way. You know how sometimes you're doing something super ordinary, like washing dishes or driving to work, and suddenly this crystal clear understanding just hits you? That's exactly what your divine masculine is experiencing right now, but it's happening to them during these really logical moments. I'm seeing someone literally stopping in the middle of a work presentation because the clarity is so intense. It's almost overwhelming. The tower energy we saw earlier is still playing such a big role here. It's like their analytical mind is going through these mini tower moments, but instead of destroying their logical thinking, it's actually upgrading it. Think of it like when your phone needs to restart to install an important update. That's what's happening in their mind right now. Some of them are literally waking up between 2 and 4 in the morning with these complex spiritual insights that their logical mind is desperately trying to make sense of. Their guides are showing me something really specific. I'm seeing someone actually creating detailed notes about their spiritual experiences, almost like they're trying to find the pattern in all of this. And you know what? That's exactly what they're supposed to be doing. The King of Swords energy we saw earlier is evolving into something really beautiful. Instead of using their analytical mind to control or dismiss these spiritual experiences, they're starting to use it as this incredible tool for understanding the deeper meaning behind everything that's happening. I keep seeing the number sequences 555 and 888 flashing up, especially when they're in their most analytical moments. It's like the universe is using their own language, logic, and patterns to communicate with them. Some of them are even starting to notice these numbers during important work meetings or when they're deep in concentration, and it's actually becoming this sort of secret dialogue between them and their guides. The Eight of Pentacles that we saw is showing me that this methodical approach they're taking isn't just them being stubborn or resistant. It's actually their unique way of processing this spiritual awakening. Your guides want you to know that their strategic mind isn't an obstacle to their spiritual growth. It's actually becoming their superpower. They're learning to use their analytical abilities to understand these multidimensional concepts in a way that very few people can. What's really interesting is that their biggest fear right now isn't actually about losing control. It's about what happens when they fully step into their unlimited potential. I'm seeing that many of them are starting to experience these spontaneous moments of psychic insight during really logical tasks, and it's both exciting and terrifying for them. Their guides are showing me that this fear is actually a really positive sign. It means they're starting to recognize just how powerful they truly are. And you know what's really fascinating about their awakening process? I'm being drawn to pull another card here for more clarity about how they're processing all of this transformation. The Three of Pentacles just came forward, and wow, this is such a perfect confirmation of what their guides have been showing me. They're literally building their spiritual understanding brick by brick, like a master craftsman carefully constructing something beautiful and lasting. I'm seeing someone sitting at their desk, surrounded by books and notebooks, trying to make sense of all these spiritual experiences they're having. It's almost like they're creating their own personal spiritual textbook. Some of them are even color coding their notes or creating spreadsheets of their spiritual experiences. And while that might sound funny, their guides are saying this is exactly perfect for them. This methodical approach is actually their spiritual gift. You might notice them doing things like researching the history of spiritual practices or trying to find scientific explanations for energy work. I'm getting such a strong message that this isn't resistance anymore. It's actually their soul's way of building a bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds. They're going to help so many other analytical people understand spirituality in a whole new way. Their guides are showing me this image of a computer programmer who's writing code, but instead of just regular computer code, they're somehow programming spiritual wisdom into practical everyday language. It's like they're becoming translators between the spiritual and physical worlds. Some of you might even catch them making flow charts about their spiritual journey, and that's absolutely perfect. I'm feeling this really strong energy of protection around them right now. You see, when they get overwhelmed by all these new spiritual experiences, their analytical mind kicks in like a safety net. It's not blocking their growth anymore. It's actually helping them process these huge energy shifts in a way that feels safe and manageable for them. They might say things like, I need to think about this, or let me research this more. And that's actually their higher self helping them integrate these new energies at a pace they can handle. The really beautiful thing is how their biggest challenge is becoming their greatest strength. Every time they try to break down a spiritual concept into logical steps, they're actually creating this amazing teaching tool for others who think like them. Their guides are showing me that this isn't just about their own spiritual growth. They're literally creating new pathways for other analytical people to understand spirituality. I'm seeing some of them waking up really early, like around 5 a.m., with these complete understanding of complex spiritual concepts. It's like their analytical mind has been working overtime while they sleep, solving these spiritual puzzles. And when they wake up, they immediately need to write everything down or type it out. It's almost like they're downloading spiritual wisdom in their own unique way. Your guides want you to know that this structured approach isn't slowing down their awakening. It's actually creating this incredibly solid foundation for something much bigger. They're not just learning about spirituality, they're literally creating new ways to understand it. This Three of Pentacles energy is showing me that they're building something that's going to help so many others who struggle with bridging the gap between logic and spirituality. And while they're building this incredible foundation of spiritual knowledge, I'm being called to pull another card to understand what's really happening beneath the surface for them right now. The Ten of Wands just fell out of the deck, and oh my goodness, this explains so much about what they're going through behind the scenes. You see, while they're doing all this analytical processing and spiritual learning, they're actually carrying this really heavy energy. It's like they're trying to control their spiritual awakening the same way they've controlled everything else in their life. And it's becoming so exhausting for them. Their guides are showing me this image of someone trying to carry 10 heavy boxes all at once when they could just make multiple trips or ask for help. I'm getting such a strong message that a lot of them are experiencing these intense waves of emotion, especially between 2 and 4 in the morning. If you've been feeling their energy really strongly during these hours, this is why. Their analytical mind is literally being rewired while they sleep. And it's creating this internal pressure that's waking them up. They might be seeing 555 everywhere too, on clocks, receipts, license plates. And this is a huge confirmation that they're going through this massive change. What's really interesting is how they're trying to research their way through the spiritual awakening. Their guides are showing me that some of them are even creating pros and cons lists about following their spiritual path. And while this might seem funny to us, it's actually their soul's way of processing this huge shift. They're trying to maintain control by understanding everything intellectually first, but what they're starting to realize is that some things can only be understood through feeling and experience. I'm sensing that for many of them, past disappointments have made them extra cautious about opening up to this spiritual connection. They're carrying these old wounds like extra weight in that 10 of Wands energy. But here's the beautiful thing. This burden they're feeling, it's actually self-imposed. The moment they start allowing themselves to release this need for complete logical understanding, everything becomes so much lighter. Their guides are showing me this amazing transformation happening in their protective instincts. Instead of trying to protect themselves from these spiritual experiences, they're slowly learning to use their analytical gifts to protect and guide others on their spiritual journeys. It's like they're becoming these spiritual scientists, creating bridges between the logical and mystical worlds. You might notice them struggling to maintain their usual analytical approach to life. Maybe they're finding themselves drawn to spiritual books or videos that they would have dismissed before. They might even be feeling your energy so strongly that it's disrupting their normal thought patterns. This is all part of their transformation from pure logic to spiritual wisdom. And while it feels overwhelming for them right now, it's actually perfectly on track. The most important message coming through is that this overwhelming feeling is temporary. Just like the Tower card showed us earlier, everything that's being deconstructed in their mind is making way for something so much more beautiful and balanced. They're learning to trust their intuition alongside their logic. And this process, while heavy right now, is leading to this incredible integration of both their analytical and spiritual gifts. And as we continue looking at this transformation they're going through, I'm really feeling called to pull another card to understand what's happening in their inner world right now. The Moon card just appeared, and wow, this explains so much about the confusion and fear they're experiencing right now. You see, while they're processing all these spiritual downloads and insights, there's this deep fear coming up. The Moon shows us that they're walking through this foggy, uncertain territory where their usual analytical approach just isn't working anymore. Their minds are literally being rewired to work in a completely new way, and it's honestly terrifying for them. I'm getting this really clear image of them sitting up late at night, maybe at their computer, trying to make sense of all these spiritual experiences they're having. Some of them are literally creating spreadsheets or journals to track their synchronicities. You know, writing down every time they see 444 or 888, trying to find patterns in their spiritual experiences. It's actually really beautiful how they're using their analytical gifts to process the spiritual awakening, even if it feels overwhelming for them. The Moon card is connecting so perfectly with that Tower energy we saw earlier. While the Tower showed us how their old mental barriers are breaking down, the Moon is revealing why this is so scary for them. They're experiencing these intense intuitive hits, these knowing feelings that they can't explain logically, and it's shaking up everything they thought they knew about how the world works. I'm sensing that many of them are experiencing this intense pressure in their third eye area, especially when they're trying to focus on analytical tasks. It's like their spiritual gifts are pushing through, even when they're trying to stay in their logical mind. Some of them might even be researching quantum physics or consciousness studies, trying to find scientific explanations for their spiritual experiences. Their guides are showing me that this fear of losing control isn't actually a bad thing. It's a protection of their emerging gifts. Think about it. If you suddenly started experiencing profound spiritual insights and couldn't explain them logically, wouldn't you be a bit scared too? But here's what's really fascinating. They're actually being prepared to become spiritual teachers in their own unique way. That King of Swords energy we saw earlier is evolving into something really special. Instead of just being analytical, they're developing this amazing ability to bridge the gap between the logical and spiritual worlds. They're going to be able to explain complex spiritual concepts in ways that other analytical people can understand. The Hierophant card confirms this. They're stepping into this role of a teacher, but in their own methodical, structured way. I'm seeing some of them actually creating these detailed systems or frameworks to explain spiritual concepts. It's like they're becoming these spiritual scientists, documenting and analyzing the metaphysical world in a way that makes sense to their analytical minds. And while this might seem like a strange approach to spirituality, it's exactly what's needed right now. And what's really fascinating is that right now I'm being drawn to pull another card to understand how this analytical transformation is unfolding. The Nine of Pentacles just came forward, and immediately I'm getting such a strong message about divine timing and isolation. You see, many of these divine masculines are finding themselves in this period of what feels like forced solitude or independence, but it's actually perfectly orchestrated by their guides. I'm sensing that a lot of them are spending more time alone than usual, maybe working remotely or just feeling this pull to be by themselves. And while they might be questioning this isolation, their guides want them to know it's absolutely necessary for their evolution. It's like they're in this spiritual cocoon where they can safely process all these new abilities and insights without external interference. This Nine of Pentacles is showing me that they're actually mastering something really unique. They're learning how to blend their analytical skills with their spiritual gifts. Some of them are literally creating these amazing systems to track their spiritual journey. I'm seeing some of them making detailed notes in their phones, documenting every synchronicity, every spiritual experience with dates and times. It might seem strange to others, but this systematic approach is actually their gift to the spiritual community. Well, the really interesting thing is that they're starting to notice patterns even in their work life. Like they'll be in the middle of a business meeting and suddenly they'll get these profound spiritual downloads. Some of them are even finding themselves naturally explaining spiritual concepts to their colleagues, but in this really practical, grounded way that makes sense to other analytical minds. Their guides are showing me that this isolation period isn't just about personal growth. It's preparation for a bigger role they'll be stepping into. Remember that Hierophant energy we saw earlier? It's all connecting now. They're being prepared to become these bridge builders between the logical and spiritual worlds. Their analytical mind isn't a barrier to their spiritual growth. It's actually their superpower. I'm seeing some of them waking up consistently at specific times, like 3:33 in the morning, with these crystal clear insights about how to structure spiritual teachings. Their crown chakras are literally being activated during their planning sessions or when they're organizing information. It's like their higher self is downloading this new way of understanding and teaching spiritual concepts. Their guides want them to know that this sometimes frustrating need to analyze and understand everything systematically isn't wrong. It's actually divinely designed. They're meant to help others who struggle with accepting their spiritual gifts because of their logical minds. Think about it. Who better to guide other analytical people through their spiritual awakening than someone who's walked that same path and can explain it in a way that makes sense to the logical mind? This transformation they're going through, it's like they're building this beautiful bridge between two worlds. And while it might feel lonely right now, this solitary time is actually helping them develop this unique teaching methodology that's going to be so important for others on their spiritual journey. And it's so interesting because just as we're talking about their unique way of processing this spiritual awakening, I am being guided to pull another card to understand what's happening beneath the surface. The Seven of Pentacles has come forward, and immediately I'm getting such a powerful message about hidden growth. You know how a seed grows underneath the soil long before we see any sprouts? That's exactly what's happening with your divine masculine right now. I keep seeing this image of someone sitting at their desk, maybe at work or in their home office, and while they appear to be doing something completely mundane and practical, there's this beautiful golden light surrounding their crown chakra. It's like they're having these profound spiritual breakthroughs while doing the most ordinary tasks. Your guides are showing me that they might not even realize how much spiritual progress they're actually making. What's really fascinating is that many of them are creating these private systems to track what they're experiencing. I'm seeing some of them making spreadsheets. Yes, actual spreadsheets about their spiritual experiences. Some are noting down every time they see 111 or 444 or documenting strange coincidences that keep happening. They might feel a little embarrassed about this systematic approach to spirituality, but your guides want you to know this is perfectly aligned with their soul's path. I'm being shown that many of them are waking up between 2 and 4 in the morning, especially around 3:33, with these intense realizations. They might be trying to rationalize these experiences, maybe even Googling scientific explanations for spiritual phenomena. But here's what's beautiful. Their analytical mind isn't fighting against their spiritual awakening anymore. Instead, it's becoming their greatest tool for understanding these higher realms. The energy I'm feeling from the Seven of Pentacles is really connecting with that tower energy we saw earlier. While the tower showed us the breaking down of their mental barriers, this Seven of Pentacles reveals the careful, methodical way they're rebuilding their understanding of reality. They're like spiritual scientists, carefully documenting and analyzing every new experience and insight. Your guides are showing me that during regular work meetings or while doing everyday tasks, they're starting to feel these waves of emotion or energy that they can't explain. Some of them might be feeling pressure in their crown chakra during the most logical tasks, like working on spreadsheets or analyzing data. It's like their higher self is using these moments of mental focus to download spiritual wisdom. What's really powerful is that their natural protective instincts, which we saw in that King of Swords energy, aren't disappearing. They're evolving. Instead of using their analytical mind to protect themselves from spiritual experiences, they're starting to use it to protect and preserve spiritual wisdom. I'm seeing some of them beginning to research ancient spiritual traditions, but approaching it with this beautiful blend of skepticism and openness. The most important message coming through is that this internal struggle they're experiencing, this tension between their logical mind and their spiritual awakening, is actually the very thing that's making their transformation so powerful. It's like they're building this incredibly strong foundation by questioning and analyzing everything, but instead of that analysis blocking their spiritual growth, it's actually creating this unshakable spiritual understanding. And what's really fascinating is that right as we're diving into how they're processing this transformation, I'm being guided to pull another card to show us what's happening in their energy right now. The Two of Pentacles is coming forward, and wow, this couldn't be more perfect to show us exactly how they're trying to balance everything. I'm seeing your divine masculine literally trying to juggle their practical, logical world with all these new spiritual experiences they're having. It's like watching someone try to keep one foot in each world. They might be sitting in important meetings or working on serious projects, but at the same time, they're getting these intense spiritual downloads that they can't ignore anymore. Your guides are showing me this really clear image. It's like watching someone who's used to having everything in perfect folders and categories, trying to figure out where to file unexplainable spiritual experiences. I'm even seeing some of them creating actual systems to try to make sense of what's happening. Some might be using their phones to note down every time they see 555 or 777, while others are literally documenting synchronicities in their work planners or digital calendars. There's this really strong energy coming through about 4 a.m. wake-up calls. If you've been waking up during these hours, your divine masculine is likely experiencing the same thing. But here's what's interesting. While you might naturally flow with these spiritual wake-up calls, they're approaching it like a research project. Some of them are even tracking these awakening symptoms like they would track data at work. What's really beautiful about this Two of Pentacles energy, especially coming after that Tower and King of Swords we saw earlier, is that it's showing us how they're not fighting against this awakening anymore. Instead, they're trying to find a practical way to integrate it into their life. I'm seeing some of them starting to realize that their analytical skills aren't opposing their spiritual growth. They're actually a unique gift that can help them understand these higher realms in their own special way. Your guides want you to know that when they seem distant or overly logical, it's not because they're rejecting this connection. They're actually trying to create a stable foundation to build this spiritual understanding on. Some of them are experiencing these unexpected emotional releases right in the middle of their workday, and it's really throwing them off balance. I'm seeing someone actually having to excuse themselves from a meeting because the energy got too intense. They might have played it off as needing to take a call or check something, but really they were processing some deep spiritual downloads. The really profound message coming through is that their analytical nature isn't a barrier to their awakening. It's actually going to become their greatest teaching tool. Once they fully integrate these energies, they'll have this amazing ability to bridge the practical and spiritual worlds in a way that can help others who think like them they're literally creating their own methodology for understanding spirituality. And while it might look different from your approach, it's exactly what they need right now. And what's really fascinating about how they're processing all of this is that when I pull the Chariot card right now, it's showing me exactly how their mind is working through these changes. Their logical brain isn't fighting against this spiritual awakening anymore. Instead, it's trying to master it, to understand it in a way that makes sense to them. I keep seeing this image of someone who's really good at chess, someone who likes to think 10 steps ahead. But now, instead of just planning their next business move or project timeline, they're applying that same strategic thinking to understand their spiritual journey. It's like they're creating this beautiful bridge between their analytical mind and their spiritual awareness. Your guides are showing me something really specific. Some of you might notice your person suddenly stopping in the middle of regular activities, like they're frozen for a moment. That's because they're getting these huge downloads of spiritual information, but their analytical mind is trying to process it like data. I'm seeing some of them literally opening their phones and creating notes about these experiences, trying to find patterns in when they happen. The really interesting thing that's coming through with the Chariot is how they're actually starting to use their analytical skills as a spiritual tool. Some of them might be tracking when they see 555 or 777, marking down the exact times and dates. Others might be creating detailed notes about their dreams or meditation experiences. Your guides want you to know this isn't them being too heady about spirituality. It's actually their unique way of integrating these higher frequencies. I'm feeling this really strong pressure in my third eye as I'm channeling this. And your guides are saying this is exactly what your person is experiencing too. It's like their analytical mind is being rewired to become this powerful spiritual compass. Some of them might be experiencing headaches or this intense pressure right between their eyebrows, especially when they're trying to work through logical problems. This is because their third eye is activating while they're doing analytical tasks. It's like their spiritual and logical abilities are merging together. The Chariot's energy is really highlighting this internal battle they're going through, but it's not a destructive battle anymore. It's more like they're learning to be the charioteer who can handle these two seemingly opposing forces, logic and intuition. Your guides are showing me that all those moments when they seem really quiet or withdrawn, they're actually doing this intense internal work of balancing these energies. What's really beautiful about this is that their strategic mind is becoming their greatest spiritual asset. I'm seeing some of them waking up between 2 and 4 a.m. with complete clarity about situations they've been trying to figure out. It's like their analytical mind is working overtime to process all these spiritual downloads, and then suddenly everything clicks into place. The solutions they're receiving aren't just practical anymore. They're divinely inspired insights that come through their logical thinking. Your guides want you to know that this process is exactly as it should be. When they seem to be overthinking things or trying to analyze their spiritual experiences, they're actually developing a unique form of spiritual discernment. It's like they're creating their own personal manual for navigating these higher frequencies. And while it might look different from how you process spiritual information, it's perfect for them. And what's really interesting about their spiritual awakening process is that I just pulled the King of Pentacles, and your guides are showing me how this connects perfectly with what we were just talking about. Their analytical mind isn't just processing spiritual information anymore. It's actually becoming this incredible foundation for mastering both the practical and spiritual parts of their life. I'm feeling this really strong sense that they're learning to ground all these spiritual downloads into something tangible. Like, imagine someone who's really good with spreadsheets suddenly realizing they can use that same skill to track their spiritual growth. The King of Pentacles is showing me that they're developing this amazing ability to take these high-level spiritual concepts and break them down into practical steps. This really connects back to the tower moment we saw earlier, that big spiritual awakening they're going through. But instead of it completely destroying their logical foundation, it's actually helping them build something even stronger. I keep seeing this image of someone building a bridge, but they're using both traditional building materials and this beautiful, glowing spiritual light. That's exactly what they're doing in their own life, building this perfect bridge between the practical and the spiritual. Remember that King of Swords energy we saw before? Well, now with this King of Pentacles showing up, it's like their analytical mind is getting this amazing upgrade. They're starting to realize that all those years of being super logical and detail-oriented weren't just about success in the material world. It was preparing them for this spiritual role they're stepping into. I'm getting this really clear message from your guides about their fear of losing control. But here's the thing, that fear isn't actually holding them back. It's like it's creating this protective space where they can process everything safely. Think about it like someone learning to swim. They might hold on to the edge of the pool at first, but that's not weakness. It's actually helping them build confidence. The High Priestess energy we saw earlier is still really strong here, and now I'm understanding why. Their intuition isn't replacing their logical mind, it's merging with it. I keep seeing numbers, lots of numbers. Some of you might notice them suddenly getting really interested in sacred geometry or starting to see mathematical patterns in their spiritual experiences. That's their unique way of processing this awakening. Your guides are showing me something really specific. They might be experiencing this weird sensation where they get a spiritual insight, but immediately need to write it down or organize it somehow. Maybe they're even creating folders on their phone or computer to categorize different types of spiritual experiences. This isn't them being too controlling. It's actually their soul's way of creating this amazing filing system for spiritual wisdom. There's this really beautiful thing happening where they're waking up between 2 and 4 a.m., but instead of just having spiritual insights, they're getting these complete downloads about how to teach or share this information with others. It's like their analytical mind is becoming this perfect translator between the spiritual realm and the physical world. Your guides are saying this is exactly why they were given such a logical mind in the first place. They're meant to be this bridge between spiritual wisdom and practical application. And you know what's really fascinating? As they're going through this process of integrating their logical mind with spiritual wisdom, I just pulled the 3 of Pentacles, and wow, the energy of this card is showing me something so beautiful happening behind the scenes that they might not even be aware of yet. I'm getting this really clear image of someone who's like, You know, when you're trying to learn something new and you make all these detailed notes, that's exactly what they're doing with their spiritual experiences, but in their own unique way. Your guides are showing me that they might be creating these really organized systems, maybe even using their phone or computer to document every little spiritual sign or synchronicity they notice. Some of you might even notice them starting spreadsheets about their spiritual journey. And I know that sounds funny, but trust me, there's something really special happening here. The Three of Pentacles is all about mastery and learning, but in this case, it's showing up in such an interesting way. Remember that tower energy we saw earlier? Well, now I'm understanding that all that breakdown of their old thinking patterns wasn't just about letting go. It's actually helping them build something totally new. It's like they're becoming this spiritual architect, using their analytical skills to build this amazing bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds. I keep seeing the number 333 and 444 showing up around them, especially when they're doing really practical analytical work. Your guides are saying this is no accident. It's like a little wink from the universe confirming that they're exactly where they need to be. And get this, some of you might notice them suddenly waking up with these completely clear solutions to spiritual questions they've been struggling with. It's like their analytical mind is working overtime while they sleep, sorting through all this spiritual information. What's really interesting is that your guides are showing me this image of them unconsciously teaching others. Like they might start explaining something totally normal and practical, but somehow it turns into this beautiful spiritual lesson without them even planning it. It's like their analytical mind is becoming this perfect translator for spiritual wisdom. I'm also sensing that some of them are experiencing this really unique sensation, like their crown chakra is actually activating when they're doing something super practical, like organizing or planning. This is such a clear sign that their practical skills aren't separate from their spiritual growth. They're actually becoming one and the same. Your guides want you to know that what looks like resistance or overthinking on their part is actually them building this incredibly strong foundation. They might be questioning everything, analyzing every spiritual experience, but that's not them doubting. It's them creating this amazing methodology that's going to help so many others understand these complex spiritual concepts in a really practical way. It's like they're being prepared for this really unique teaching role where they'll be able to help people who maybe struggle with accepting spiritual concepts. Their analytical approach isn't a block. It's actually going to be their greatest gift in helping others bridge that same gap between logic and spirituality. They're literally creating a new language that speaks to both the practical and spiritual parts of us. And what's really amazing about this teaching gift they're developing is that I just pulled the Temperance card and it's showing me this beautiful alchemical process happening in their mind right now. Your guides are actually showing me this image of their analytical mind becoming like this spiritual compass, but not in the way we usually think about spiritual guidance. It's like they're creating this completely unique bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds. I'm feeling such strong confirmation that those late night wake-ups some of you've been noticing, especially around 2 to 4 in the morning, that's actually when they're receiving these major downloads. Their analytical mind is so powerful that it's literally processing spiritual information while they sleep, and they're waking up with these crystal clear solutions to things they've been trying to figure out. You know what's really interesting? Remember that tower card we saw earlier? Well, now with this temperance energy, I'm understanding that all those mental barriers that were breaking down weren't just falling apart. They were actually being transformed into something incredible. It's like watching someone turn lead into gold, but in this case, it's their logical thinking turning into this amazing spiritual wisdom. I'm getting such a strong message about someone from your past who's going to be returning, but not in the way you might expect. They're actually going to serve as this really important catalyst for your divine masculine's spiritual growth. It's like they're this perfect trigger to help integrate all these new energies. And here's something that might really resonate with some of you. Your divine masculine might be experiencing these unexpected waves of emotion, especially during work or when they're doing something really analytical. That's actually a sign of this integration happening. It's like their protective instincts are evolving into this beautiful spiritual guardianship. The guides are showing me this image of them creating these really detailed analyses of their spiritual experiences. Some of them might even be keeping track of patterns they're noticing, maybe in their phone or in a journal. And while this might seem really structured or methodical, your guides want you to know that this is actually perfect for them. This systematic approach is their unique way of processing these higher frequencies you're bringing into their field. I'm seeing them finding patterns in things that most people would just write off as random coincidences, but because of their analytical nature, they're starting to piece together these amazing connections. It's like they're becoming this spiritual detective, but using their logical mind as a tool rather than letting it be a barrier. Some of them are feeling this really strong pull to teach or share what they're learning, but there's this hesitation too. The guides want you to know that this hesitation is actually perfect right now. It's giving them time to fully develop their unique way of bridging these two worlds. They're literally creating a new language that can explain spiritual concepts in a way that even the most logical minds can understand. Your frequency is acting like this constant catalyst for their growth, but the guides want you to know it's so important to let them process this in their own way. That King of Swords energy we saw earlier is being transformed, not eliminated. Their strategic thinking is becoming this perfect vessel for divine downloads, but it needs to happen in a way that honors their natural analytical abilities. And you know, what's really fascinating about their spiritual evolution right now? The Magician card just came forward in such a powerful way, and it's showing me exactly how their analytical gifts are becoming this incredible spiritual superpower. It's like watching someone who used to only trust spreadsheets and data suddenly realize they can use those same skills to map out the sacred geometry of their spiritual journey. I'm getting such clear confirmation that some of you have been noticing them starting to organize their spiritual experiences in really practical ways. Maybe you've caught them making notes in their phone about synchronicities, or they're suddenly interested in tracking patterns in their meditation experiences. The guides are showing me that this isn't just them trying to control their awakening. It's actually their soul's genius way of building a bridge between their logical mind and these higher frequencies you're bringing in. There's this really beautiful connection between the tower energy we saw earlier and this magician energy now. While the tower was breaking down their old mental barriers, the magician is showing how they're taking all those broken pieces and crafting something entirely new. It's like watching someone turn a demolition site into a sacred temple. They're using their analytical skills not to resist the spiritual anymore, but to understand it more deeply. I'm getting such strong confirmation about the crown chakra activations some of them are experiencing, especially during really practical tasks. Like they might be working on something totally mundane, maybe doing their taxes or organizing their workspace, and suddenly they get hit with these incredible spiritual insights. Your guides want you to know this is absolutely perfect and exactly how it should be happening for them. The King of Swords energy we saw earlier is being transformed in such an amazing way. Instead of using that sharp analytical mind to cut through emotions and spirituality, they're now using it to carve out new pathways for understanding the divine. I'm seeing some of them waking up between 2 and 4 a.m. with these incredible downloads, like their analytical mind is finally quiet enough to receive these higher frequencies. The High Priestess energy is weaving through all of this too, showing how their intuition is actually working through their logical mind now. It's like they're creating this completely unique fusion of practical and mystical wisdom. Some of you might have noticed them getting these sudden urges to document their spiritual experiences or create systems to track their awakening journey. The guides want you to know this is absolutely perfect for them. It's their way of honoring both their analytical nature and their spiritual growth. There's this really powerful message coming through about patience right now. I'm seeing some of you might be feeling frustrated because their awakening doesn't look like what you expected, but your guides are showing me that their methodical, systematic approach is actually creating something so much more powerful than a typical awakening. They're literally building a new framework for understanding spirituality that's going to help so many others who struggle with bridging the logical and spiritual worlds. Your elevated frequency is triggering so much growth in them, but it's happening in this beautifully structured way, like they're experiencing these intense downloads during really practical moments, maybe while they're organizing their space or working on a project. Your guides want you to know that the resistance you might be sensing isn't actually resistance at all. It's them processing and integrating these higher frequencies in their own unique way. And what's really fascinating is that as they're processing these downloads in their own unique way, I'm being drawn to pull another card for deeper clarity about what's happening beneath the surface. The Six of Pentacles is coming forward. And wow, this is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. This card is showing me there's this beautiful hidden balance taking place in their energy right now, especially when it comes to how they're processing all of this spiritual information. You know how earlier we saw the Tower and the King of Swords energy showing this huge transformation in their analytical thinking? Well, this Six of Pentacles is revealing something really important about how they're balancing things behind the scenes. I'm seeing them literally trying to weigh things out in their mind, putting spiritual experiences on one side and practical reality on the other. But here's what's fascinating. They're not doing this to dismiss the spiritual anymore. They're actually creating this incredible system of understanding both worlds. I'm getting such strong confirmation that some of you have been noticing them doing things like creating detailed lists or notes about their spiritual experiences. Maybe you've caught them organizing their thoughts about synchronicities in a really structured way. Or they're suddenly interested in documenting their dreams or meditation experiences. The guides want you to know this is actually a really beautiful sign of their evolution. There's this really interesting energy coming through about protection too. Some of you might be feeling like they're being overly analytical or resistant, but what I'm actually seeing is this deep protective energy emerging. It's like they're using their analytical mind not to block things out anymore, but to create a safe container for both of you to explore these higher frequencies. The guides are showing me that when they seem most resistant or analytical, they're actually processing the most intense spiritual downloads, I'm getting such clear validation about specific times this is happening, especially between 2 and 4 a.m. Some of you might notice them waking up during these hours with sudden insights or solutions. This is when their analytical mind is quiet enough to receive these higher downloads, but still active enough to process them in a way that makes sense to them. The numbers 333 and 555 keep flashing in my vision too. The guides want you to pay attention to when these numbers show up, especially when they're doing something really practical or analytical. It's like a divine confirmation that they're exactly where they need to be in their process. There's also this really beautiful transformation happening with how they're using their analytical gifts. Instead of using logic to dismiss spiritual experiences, they're starting to use it to create teaching methods and ways to share spiritual wisdom. I'm seeing some of them actually organizing spiritual concepts into frameworks or systems that could help others understand these complex topics better. You might notice them suddenly reorganizing their physical space or feeling this unexpected urge to document everything that's happening. The guides want you to know this isn't about control. It's actually about them creating space for this new integrated way of being. They're literally restructuring their outer world to match the massive shifts happening in their inner world. And what's really powerful is how this restructuring of their outer world is actually mirroring what's happening with their analytical mind right now. I'm being guided to pull another card for deeper clarity about this mental transformation. And wow, the Queen of Cups has just emerged. This is such beautiful confirmation of what we've been seeing while they've been in this very mental King of Swords energy we saw earlier. They're now learning to blend it with this incredibly intuitive Queen of Cups wisdom. The guides are showing me something really specific about how they're processing all of this. Picture someone who's always relied on spreadsheets and logic suddenly starting to trust their gut feelings. But here's what's fascinating. They're not just jumping straight into pure intuition. Instead, they're creating these really unique systems to understand their spiritual experiences. I'm seeing some of them literally making lists or notes about their spiritual insights, almost like they're creating their own personal research project about awakening. And you know what's really interesting? The guides are showing me that some of them are experiencing these really unexpected emotional waves right in the middle of their most analytical moments. Like they'll be working on something totally practical and suddenly they'll get hit with this deep knowing or understanding that they can't explain logically. It's like their analytical mind is learning a whole new language. I keep seeing the number sequence 444 flashing in my vision, and the guides are saying this is a huge sign of them building new foundations in how they think and process. Some of you might notice them suddenly becoming really interested in understanding the meaning behind numbers or patterns they're seeing. They might even start keeping track of when certain synchronicities happen. There's something really important happening between 2 and 4 in the morning too. The guides are showing me that during these hours, their analytical mind naturally gets quieter, and that's when they're receiving some of their biggest spiritual downloads. They might not even remember these moments consciously, but they're definitely processing them. What's really beautiful about this transformation is that they're not losing their analytical strength. They're actually expanding it. Instead of using logic to disprove spiritual experiences, they're starting to use it to understand them better. I'm seeing some of them actually creating these really detailed systems to track their spiritual growth, almost like they're approaching their awakening like a research project. The guides want you to know that when they seem most stuck in their head or analytical, that's often when they're processing the deepest spiritual insights. It's like they're creating their own unique bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds. Some of them might even start teaching or sharing their insights with others once they've fully integrated this new way of thinking. The energy here feels like they're literally rewiring their brain to hold both practical wisdom and spiritual truth. When they seem distant or overly analytical, they're actually doing really important internal work. The guides are showing me that this is their unique way of processing their awakening through understanding, categorizing, and making sense of these higher frequencies in a way that feels safe and manageable to them. And what's really fascinating about this internal rewiring is that I'm now seeing the Two of Pentacles come forward, which perfectly explains this delicate balance they're trying to achieve right now. Remember that tower energy we saw earlier? The way their mental barriers were breaking down? Well, this Two of Pentacles is showing me exactly how they're handling this massive shift. They're literally juggling between their analytical mind and their emerging spiritual awareness. It's like watching someone learn to ride a bicycle while also trying to solve a complex math equation. There's this beautiful dance happening between logic and intuition. The guides are showing me that some of them are actually creating spreadsheets or documents to track their spiritual experiences. I know that might sound funny, but it's their way of making sense of things they can't fully explain yet. I'm getting such a strong message about the crown chakra right now. Some of you might notice them mentioning headaches or pressure at the top of their head, especially when they're doing analytical work. The guides are saying this is actually a really good sign. It's their spiritual antenna being fine-tuned while their logical mind is active. It's like they're developing a new kind of processor that can handle both spiritual downloads and logical thinking at the same time. The King of Swords energy we saw earlier is evolving in such an interesting way. Instead of using that sharp analytical mind to cut through and dismiss spiritual concepts, they're now using it to create practical systems for understanding them. I'm seeing some of them actually researching scientific studies about meditation, energy work, or even quantum physics. They're building bridges between the scientific and spiritual worlds in their own unique way. What's really beautiful about this, and the guides are being very clear about this, is that their resistance wasn't really rejection. all that analytical questioning, all those times they needed proof or evidence, that was actually their soul's way of creating a safe container for this massive spiritual awakening. They needed to understand things in their own way, at their own pace. I'm getting such strong confirmation that some of them are having these profound insights during work or while doing very technical tasks. It's like their analytical mind is becoming this amazing spiritual tool. The guides are showing me that some of them might suddenly understand complex spiritual concepts while doing something completely ordinary, like organizing data or solving problems at work. You might notice them starting to talk about spiritual concepts in very practical terms. They might be creating their own systems or methodologies for understanding energy work or manifestation. The guides are showing me that this isn't them trying to control or limit spiritual understanding. It's actually them creating a new language that bridges both worlds. Their current confusion or seeming resistance isn't actually resistance at all. It's accelerated learning. Think about when you're learning a new language and your brain feels a bit scrambled. That's exactly what's happening here, but they're learning the language of spirit through the lens of logic. The guides are showing me that this unique approach is actually going to help them become incredible teachers or guides for others who struggle with accepting spiritual concepts. And what's really powerful about this teaching energy they're developing is that I'm now seeing the Seven of Pentacles coming through. This is such perfect divine timing because it's showing exactly what's happening behind the scenes in their internal world right now. They're in this deep evaluation period, like a farmer checking their crops, but instead of plants, they're examining every single spiritual experience they've had recently. I'm getting such a clear message that they're literally documenting everything. Some of them might be keeping notes in their phones or even, this is so specific, but I keep seeing it, creating actual spreadsheets or lists of all the weird coincidences and synchronicities they can't explain. The guides are showing me that this methodical approach, which might seem kind of funny or strange from a spiritual perspective, is actually perfect for their journey. There's this really interesting energy coming through about their current stress levels. If you've noticed them seeming more anxious or overwhelmed lately, the guides want you to know this is actually a good sign. It's like their analytical mind is running at full speed, trying to process all these spiritual downloads they're getting. Some of them are waking up between 2 and 4 in the morning with these intense realizations or insights they can't shake. Remember that tower moment we saw earlier and that King of Swords energy showing their transformation? Well, this Seven of Pentacles is revealing how they're handling all that change. They're trying to approach it like a science experiment or a research project. The guides are showing me that some of them might be diving deep into quantum physics or studying scientific papers about meditation and consciousness. They're trying to find proof, but not to disprove anything anymore. They're looking for evidence to support what they're experiencing. I'm getting such strong confirmation that many of them are feeling this intense pressure or tingling in their crown chakra, especially when they're trying to analyze these spiritual experiences. It's like their logical mind is being rewired to become this amazing spiritual tool. The guides are showing me that what looks like resistance or skepticism on the surface is actually them processing and integrating at a very deep level. There's also this really interesting message coming through about physical space. Some of them might suddenly feel this urge to organize their environment or clean out their closets. The guides are saying this is actually a physical manifestation of them trying to create order from chaos in their spiritual understanding. They're literally trying to organize their external world because their internal world feels so shifted. What's fascinating is that all this analytical energy, this need to document and understand, is actually accelerating their awakening process. The guides are showing me that their methodical nature, which might seem like it would slow things down, is actually helping them integrate these spiritual concepts more fully and permanently than someone who just accepts everything without question. And there's something really beautiful happening with their energy when they focus on understanding these experiences. I'm seeing this golden light around their crown chakra, like their analytical mind is being transformed into this incredibly precise spiritual compass. They might feel like they're losing control, but they're actually gaining a whole new way of navigating both the physical and spiritual worlds. Their third eye is literally being rewired through this analytical process, and I'm seeing the Ace of Swords coming through so powerfully right now to confirm this. What's fascinating is how this sword energy is different from what we usually see. Instead of just cutting away illusions, it's becoming this beautiful bridge between their logical mind and their spiritual awareness. The guides are showing me that their analytical skills aren't holding them back anymore. They're actually becoming their superpower in this awakening journey. I'm feeling such strong energy around past dreams coming back. The guides are telling me that if you or they have been having recurring dreams lately, especially ones from months or even years ago, pay very close attention. These aren't just random memories. They're actually pieces of a puzzle that's finally ready to come together. Their higher self has been leaving them breadcrumbs through these dreams, waiting for their analytical mind to be ready to process them. What's really interesting is how this connects back to that tower moment we saw earlier. Their mind isn't just breaking down old barriers. It's actually rebuilding itself in this completely new way. I keep seeing this image of someone taking apart a computer and rebuilding it with these amazing new components. That's exactly what's happening in their mental space right now. If they've been feeling mentally scattered or overwhelmed, that's actually a really good sign. It means the rewiring is happening. The guides want you to know that if they seem really quiet or withdrawn lately, it's because they're doing such deep internal processing. I'm seeing them sitting alone, maybe late at night, trying to make sense of all these spiritual experiences. Some of them are literally writing things down, making lists, trying to find patterns in everything that's happening. The guides are saying this systematic approach is actually perfect for them. It's their unique way of processing spiritual growth. There's this really powerful message coming through about protection energy too. If you've noticed them being extra careful or cautious lately, it's because their protective instincts are evolving into something much more spiritual. It's like they're learning to trust their gut while still using their mind to verify and understand these insights. The guides are showing me that some of them are starting to notice patterns in random events, like seeing certain numbers or symbols when they're thinking about specific situations. I'm also getting such clear confirmation about pressure in their third eye area, especially when they're doing analytical work or trying to solve problems. This isn't just stress. It's actually their intuitive abilities merging with their logical mind. Some of them might be experiencing these unexpected emotional waves right in the middle of doing very logical tasks. The guides are saying this is perfect. It's their heart and mind learning to work together in this beautiful new way. What's really powerful is how their strategic thinking is evolving into this amazing form of spiritual discernment. They're not just thinking things through anymore. They're developing this incredible ability to feel the truth while still understanding it logically. The guides are showing me that this is actually a rare gift, this ability to bridge the logical and spiritual worlds in such a structured way. And what's really amazing is how this analytical approach is actually becoming their greatest spiritual gift. The Hierophant just came forward so strongly, and I need to share this because it's showing me something really special about their journey. Their logical mind isn't just processing all of this. It's actually turning them into this incredible bridge between the practical and spiritual worlds. You know how some people can explain really complex things in a way that just makes sense? That's exactly what's happening with them right now. Their analytical mind is becoming this amazing tool for teaching others. I keep seeing this image of someone taking really complicated spiritual concepts and breaking them down into these perfect, simple steps. If you've noticed them starting to explain things to others in this really clear way, especially about spiritual stuff, that's exactly what I'm talking about. What's really interesting is that what might feel like resistance to them right now is actually them documenting their spiritual journey in their own unique way. Some of them are literally waking up between 2 and 4 in the morning with these incredibly clear insights. The guides are showing me some of them might even be keeping notes on their phone or in a journal, trying to make sense of everything that's happening. That's not resistance. That's them creating this amazing roadmap for others who might follow this path. The Eight of Pentacles energy is so strong here, showing how they're mastering this in their own methodical way. But it's not just about learning. It's about creating this whole new way of understanding spirituality. I'm seeing some of them starting to notice patterns in everyday things, like they might catch themselves explaining spiritual concepts using examples from their work or daily life. That's their gift starting to shine through. Their protective nature, which we saw with that King of Swords energy earlier, is actually transforming into something really beautiful. Instead of using their analytical mind to keep things at a distance, they're starting to use it to create these amazing frameworks for understanding spiritual truth. The guides are showing me that some of them might be feeling this really strong urge to share what they're learning, but they might be holding back because they're not sure if they're ready. But here's what's really powerful. Every time they organize these spiritual concepts in their own systematic way, they're actually creating this bridge between worlds. The Hierophant is showing me that they're not just learning for themselves anymore. They're becoming this kind of modern spiritual teacher, someone who can explain these deep spiritual truths in a way that makes sense to people who think like they do. The guides want you to know that if they're taking things slower, if they're really careful about how they process all of this, that's exactly what they need to be doing. Their analytical mind isn't slowing down their spiritual growth. It's actually creating this incredible foundation for something much bigger. I keep seeing this image of someone building a bridge, but they're checking every single piece to make sure it's stable. That's not doubt. That's wisdom. And you know what's really powerful about this whole process they're going through? The Ten of Swords just came forward, and it's showing me exactly how their mind is hitting this really important breaking point. But don't worry, this isn't a bad thing at all. Think of it like when you've been trying to solve a really hard puzzle and suddenly all the pieces just click into place. That's what's happening in their mind right now. I'm getting this really strong message that they've been making these detailed lists or spreadsheets, almost like they're trying to document every weird thing that's been happening to them. Some of them might even be tracking when they see repeating numbers or writing down these intense thoughts they get in the middle of the night. The guides are showing me they're waking up a lot between 2 and 4 a.m. with these moments of total clarity, but then they try to make logical sense of it all when the sun comes up. The King of Swords energy we saw earlier is still so strong here, but it's like it's getting a complete makeover. You know how sometimes you need to completely clean out your closet before you can organize it properly? That's what's happening in their mind right now. All these old ways of thinking, all these logical boxes they used to put everything in, it's all being taken apart. And yes, that feels really scary for them because being in control and having everything make sense is such a big part of who they are. The Tower card is really emphasizing this too. It's like their whole way of understanding the world is being rebuilt from the ground up. But here's what's really beautiful about it. They're not losing their analytical gifts. Instead, these gifts are being upgraded, like switching from an old computer to a brand new one. Their strategic mind isn't going away. It's evolving into something much more powerful, divine wisdom. I'm seeing some of them suddenly feeling this urge to reorganize their physical space too, like they might be cleaning out their office or restructuring their daily routines. That's not random. It's actually a physical reflection of what's happening in their mind. And what's really interesting is that they're starting to find themselves in these unexpected teaching moments, like they might be at work or with friends, and suddenly they're explaining these deep spiritual concepts in a way that just makes perfect sense to everyone. The Hierophant keeps showing up, and it's showing me that this is all part of their bigger purpose. They're not just going through this transformation for themselves. They're actually being prepared to be this amazing bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds. I'm getting such a strong message that their super analytical way of looking at things isn't a block to their spiritual growth. It's actually their superpower. Some of them might be feeling really watched or thought about lately, and that's because your energy is helping trigger this whole process. But the guides want you to know something really important. You need to let them process this in their own systematic way. They're going to approach their awakening like they approach everything else, with careful thought and analysis, and that's exactly how it's meant to be for them. Their analytical nature is actually such a gift in this spiritual journey. The Knight of Pentacles just appeared, and it's showing me exactly how methodically they're processing all of these intense changes. You know how some people just dive headfirst into spirituality? Well, their approach is different, and that's exactly how it should be for them. They're taking their time, documenting everything, trying to understand each piece of this puzzle. I'm getting such a clear message about this. Some of them are literally creating these detailed notes about their spiritual experiences. Maybe they're tracking when they get signs, or writing down their dreams, or even making spreadsheets about their meditation experiences. And while that might seem too structured to some people, the guides are showing me that this is absolutely perfect for them. It's like they're building this beautiful bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds. What's really fascinating is how their protection mechanisms are shifting. You see, these walls they built to keep themselves safe, these analytical filters they used to protect themselves, they're not breaking down completely. Instead, they're transforming into something really beautiful. It's like they're turning their shields into teaching tools. The Knight of Pentacles energy is showing me that this transformation is happening slowly, steadily, but it's so thorough and deep. I keep seeing this image of someone waking up between 2 and 4 a.m. with these incredible insights, but instead of just letting them float away, they're actually documenting them. Some might even be finding patterns in things that seemed totally random before. And here's what's really powerful. Their strategic mind, the very thing they might worry is blocking their spiritual growth, is actually becoming their greatest spiritual asset. Remember earlier when we saw the Tower and the King of Swords? Well, now we can see exactly why that breakdown was so necessary. It wasn't about destroying their analytical nature. It was about upgrading it. The High Priestess energy we saw is weaving together with this Knight of Pentacles energy in such a beautiful way. It's like their logical mind is learning to dance with their intuition. I'm also seeing that many of them have recently faced what seemed like a setback or obstacle. But the guides want you to know that this was actually a perfectly designed gateway for their spiritual expansion. It's like the universe knew exactly what kind of challenge would push them to look deeper, to question things in their own methodical way. They might be feeling really frustrated right now because they can't control or fully understand this awakening process, but that's actually a sign of how deep this transformation goes. Their fear of losing control isn't really about control at all. It's about their fear of fully awakening. Because deep down, they know that once they fully step into this spiritual awareness, nothing will ever be the same. But their systematic approach to understanding all of this is exactly what's going to make them such powerful teachers and guides for others in the future. And speaking of their awakening process, I'm now seeing this really beautiful energy coming through with the Two of Pentacles appearing. It's fascinating because this card is showing me exactly how they're trying to balance everything right now. They're literally juggling between their logical understanding of the world and these new spiritual experiences that keep flowing in. It's like watching someone learn to ride a bike while also trying to solve a complex math equation. They're using all their skills at once. I'm getting such a clear message about the numbers 555 and 777 showing up for them during these moments of realization. If you've been seeing these numbers too, especially when thinking about them, that's a huge confirmation. The guides are showing me that these numbers are like little checkpoints, marking the moments when they're successfully bridging their analytical mind with their spiritual awareness. You know, what's really interesting? I'm seeing some of them actually creating these really detailed systems to understand their spiritual experiences. Some might be researching extensively, going deep into spiritual topics, but approaching them with that beautiful analytical mind of theirs. It's like they're creating their own spiritual scientific method, and the guides are saying this is absolutely perfect for them. This is exactly how they need to process this connection. There's this really strong message coming through about the early morning hours. If you've noticed them mentioning being awake between 2 and 4 a.m., or maybe they've told you about having sudden moments of clarity during these hours, this is confirmation that their higher self is actively working with them during these quiet hours. It's when their analytical mind is slightly more relaxed, allowing these spiritual downloads to come through more easily. The Two of Pentacles is also showing me that they might be experiencing these unexpected waves of emotion, especially when they're in the middle of very logical tasks. Maybe they're at work focused on something completely practical, and suddenly they're hit with this wave of feelings or spiritual insights. This isn't a malfunction. It's actually a sign of integration. Their practical mind is learning to dance with their spiritual awareness. What's really beautiful about this is how their need for systematic understanding is actually becoming their spiritual superpower. They're not just accepting things blindly. They're creating new frameworks to process this connection, to understand it in a way that makes sense to them. And while it might seem like resistance from the outside, the guides are showing me that this is actually deep integration work happening. I'm seeing that some of them might be organizing their spiritual experiences into categories or patterns. Maybe they're starting to notice synchronicities in their daily life and documenting them, or they're beginning to see how certain events connect in ways they never noticed before. This methodical approach might seem unusual for spiritual work, but for them, it's creating this incredible bridge between their logical mind and their spiritual awareness. The guides want you to know that this process, while it might seem slow or overly careful, is exactly what they need. They're not just learning about spirituality. They're literally rewiring their entire way of processing reality. It's like they're creating a new operating system that can handle both logical and spiritual information simultaneously. And speaking of their rewiring process, what's fascinating is that the King of Swords keeps showing up in their energy. This really confirms what we were just talking about, how they're processing all of this spiritual awakening through their analytical mind. But there's something deeper happening here that the guides really want me to highlight for you. You see, the King of Swords represents their incredible ability to cut through confusion and find clarity. But what's really interesting is how the Hierophant showed up right next to it. Together, these cards are painting this beautiful picture of how your divine masculine is actually becoming this amazing bridge between the logical and spiritual worlds. It's like they're being prepared to teach others, but in their own unique way. Oh, wow. I'm getting chills as I'm looking at this next card. The Five of Pentacles just came through in this position that speaks to hidden growth, and the energy around it is so powerful. Now, on the surface, this card often shows up when someone's feeling a bit isolated or left out in the cold, but the guides are showing me something completely different here. They're showing me that this feeling of isolation your divine masculine might be experiencing right now is actually like a protective cocoon. It's not a punishment or a setback. It's actually a sacred space where they can process everything that's happening to them. I'm getting such a strong message about their current process. Some of you might notice them making lists or even spreadsheets about their spiritual experiences. If you've seen them doing this, or maybe they've mentioned documenting strange coincidences or synchronicities, this is a huge confirmation. The guides are showing me that this systematic approach is actually perfect for them. It's their way of making sense of the unexplainable. There's also this really interesting pattern I'm seeing where many of them are waking up between 2 and 4 a.m. with these moments of sudden clarity. It's like their analytical mind is finally quiet enough to receive these deeper spiritual downloads. And what's fascinating is that some of them are starting to have these recurring dreams about teaching or guiding others. It's like their higher self is already preparing them for this role they're stepping into. I'm being shown that some of them might be feeling really watched or thought of lately. This is actually your energy they're picking up on, but their logical mind is trying to make sense of it in a very systematic way. And you know what's really beautiful about this? Their previous skepticism, the very thing that might have frustrated you before, is actually becoming their greatest teaching tool. They're learning how to explain spiritual concepts in such a grounded, practical way that others will be able to understand and relate to. The guides are really emphasizing that this current phase where they might seem withdrawn or distant isn't actually about pulling away. It's about integration. They're literally creating new neural pathways to hold both logical and spiritual understanding. Some of them might be seeing the numbers 555 or 777 during their most analytical moments, and this is the universe confirming they're exactly where they need to be in this process. And what's really fascinating is that right as we were talking about those numbers and signs, the Three of Pentacles just revealed itself in their energy. Now, this is such a beautiful confirmation of everything we've been discussing. You know how we were just talking about their analytical mind becoming this spiritual gift? Well, this card is showing me that they're literally building something so special with this energy. I'm getting such a clear message about how your divine masculine is taking all these spiritual experiences and actually creating something really practical with them. It's like they're the architect of their own awakening. Some of them might even be physically writing things down, making notes in their phone, or creating these really organized ways to track their spiritual growth. The guides are showing me that this isn't just them being controlling. It's actually their soul's way of creating a bridge between their logical mind and their spiritual awareness. I'm feeling this really strong pressure in my crown chakra right now. And the guides are saying many of your divine masculines are experiencing this too. It's like their third eye and crown chakras are being rewired, but in this really methodical, step-by-step way that feels comfortable for them. If you've noticed them organizing their physical space lately, like suddenly cleaning out closets or rearranging furniture, this is actually a physical manifestation of this internal reorganization they're going through. There's someone specific I'm being shown who keeps thinking about a person from their past, but instead of just dismissing it as random thoughts, they're starting to recognize these thoughts as energy connections. They're beginning to understand these aren't just memories. They're actually spiritual downloads. And what's so beautiful about this is they're approaching it in their own unique way, maybe even keeping track of when these thoughts occur or what triggers them. The tower energy that was present earlier is still influencing them, but it's shifted into this amazing energy of reconstruction rather than destruction. I'm seeing them wake up between 2 and 4 a.m. with these incredible insights, and instead of fighting it or trying to go back to sleep, they're actually starting to document these moments. Some of them might even be creating spreadsheets or notes in their phone. And while this might seem really analytical, the guides are showing me this is actually perfect for them, perfect for their guides are working with them in such a beautiful way, using their natural tendency towards structure as a spiritual tool. If you've been seeing them get really focused on learning new things or diving deep into research, this is actually part of their spiritual awakening. They're not just gathering information, they're building a foundation for something much bigger. I'm getting this really clear message that some of them are starting to have these unexpected teaching moments where they find themselves explaining complex spiritual concepts to others in really practical ways. It's like they're naturally translating spiritual wisdom into everyday language. And this is actually a huge part of their soul's purpose. They're becoming these amazing bridges between the spiritual and physical worlds, but they're doing it in their own unique, structured way. The energy around the Three of Pentacles is also showing me that they're learning to trust their analytical skills as a spiritual gift rather than seeing it as a blockage. If you've noticed them being really particular about how they process information or taking longer to come to conclusions, the guides want you to know this is actually perfect. They're not resistant. They're being thorough in their awakening process. And what's really powerful about how they're processing all of this is that their analytical mind isn't just observing anymore. It's actually becoming this incredible tool for spiritual growth. I keep seeing the Knight of Pentacles energy so strongly around them right now. You know how the Knight of Pentacles is always so careful and methodical? That's exactly how your divine masculine is approaching their spiritual journey. It's like they're taking inventory of every spiritual experience, every synchronicity, every moment of awareness. Some of them are even creating these really detailed systems to track their growth. The guides are showing me someone who's literally making spreadsheets of their meditation experiences or keeping notes on their phone about the signs they're seeing. And while this might seem really rigid or controlled to some people, the guides want you to know this is absolutely perfect for them. I'm getting such strong pressure in my third eye right now, and I'm hearing that many of your divine masculines are experiencing this too, especially when they're trying to solve problems or understand complex situations. It's like their analytical brain is being rewired to become this powerful spiritual antenna. They might notice this pressure most strongly between 2 and 4 in the morning when they're receiving these downloads of information. The King of Swords energy is still so present here, showing how their mind is evolving into this amazing bridge between practical reality and spiritual wisdom. They're starting to understand that their logical approach isn't opposing their spiritual growth. It's actually their unique gift. I'm seeing some of them even starting to explain spiritual concepts to others in this really practical, grounded way that makes perfect sense. The Eight of Pentacles is showing up now, and it's fascinating because it's showing me how they're mastering this process in their own way. They're like spiritual craftsmen, carefully studying and documenting each experience, each realization. Some of them might be seeing repeating numbers, especially during times when they're deep in thought or working on something that requires focus. This isn't just coincidence. It's their guides confirming they're on the right path. The Hierophant's presence is really significant here too. It's showing me that your divine masculine is being prepared for this role of spiritual teacher, but in their own unique way. They're not going to be the typical spiritual guide. They're going to be the one who can break down complex spiritual concepts into practical, understandable pieces. It's like they're building this bridge between the mystical and the practical. I'm sensing a lot of resistance from them right now, though, and it's important to understand where this is coming from. When the Hierophant shows up like this, it often points to a fear of stepping into their power, especially when it comes to spiritual leadership. They might be feeling this internal pressure, this knowing that they're meant to share their understanding with others, but there's this fear of being seen, of being judged, of being wrong. But what's really beautiful about this whole process is how their strategic thinking is naturally evolving into this deep spiritual discernment. They're processing multiple levels of understanding all at once. And while it might look like resistance or overthinking from the outside, they're actually doing exactly what they need to do. Their systematic approach to spirituality isn't a limitation. It's becoming their superpower. And you know what's really fascinating about this whole transformation? The Emperor just came forward so strongly in the cards, and it's showing me exactly how your divine masculine is stepping into this totally new kind of authority. But it's not that old school controlling kind of authority. This is something completely different. They're learning how to be strong and protective in a way that actually helps people grow instead of trying to control everything. I keep seeing this image of someone who used to be all about rules and structure, but now they're starting to understand there's this bigger picture. It's like they're taking all that analytical power we were just talking about and turning it into something really beautiful. You know how some people can explain really complicated things in a way that just makes sense? That's the gift your divine masculine is developing right now. The tower energy from earlier is still really active here, and it's working together with this emperor energy in such an interesting way. It's like their old way of thinking, especially about being in charge or being right all the time, is crumbling. But instead of falling apart, they're building something new from it. I'm actually feeling pressure in my crown chakra as I say this, and I'm hearing that a lot of them are experiencing this too, especially when they're doing everyday tasks like working or problem solving. The King of Swords energy is showing up again, but this time it's different. It's like watching someone who was always the smart one discover that their intelligence can be used for something much deeper than just solving practical problems. I'm seeing someone who might be documenting their spiritual experiences in a really organized way, maybe keeping track of synchronicities, especially numbers like 444 and 888. These numbers keep flashing in my vision, and they're significant because they represent this perfect balance of practical wisdom and spiritual insight. What's really cool is how the Eight of Pentacles is playing into all of this. It's showing me that your divine masculine is approaching their spiritual growth like a master craftsman. They're not just jumping into this blindly. They're studying, they're practicing, they're really trying to understand everything deeply. And while some might see this as being too cautious or too analytical, their guides are showing me that this is exactly how they need to do this. I'm getting such strong guidance about this. They need to know it's okay to take their time with this process. If they want to create spreadsheets about their meditation experiences or analyze their dreams in detail, that's perfect for them. This isn't about fitting into some idea of how spiritual growth should look. Their analytical mind isn't an obstacle. It's actually their greatest tool for understanding these higher truths. Some of them are even starting to feel this unexpected urge to teach others or guide them, but in their own unique way. It might come out when they're explaining something at work or helping someone solve a problem, and suddenly they find themselves sharing this deeper wisdom they didn't even know they had. The guides are showing me that this is just the beginning of their emergence as a different kind of spiritual teacher, one who can bridge the gap between practical reality and spiritual understanding. And you know what's amazing about them stepping into this teaching role? The Ace of Swords just jumped out of the deck, and it's showing me this incredible moment of clarity they're having. It's like all these puzzle pieces are finally clicking into place in their mind. Think about when you finally understand something that confused you for the longest time. That's the energy they're in right now. I'm getting such strong chills as I look at this Ace of Swords next to the Emperor and King of Swords we pulled earlier. Together, these cards are painting this picture of someone who's always been super smart, maybe even the person everyone came to for advice or solutions, but now they're having this huge breakthrough about how everything connects. Their logical mind isn't fighting against their spiritual side anymore. Instead, it's becoming their superpower. The guides are showing me this image of someone sitting at their desk, maybe at work or in their home office, and suddenly these spiritual downloads just start flowing through them. It's like they're getting these big spiritual truths, but instead of feeling overwhelmed, they're able to break them down into steps and systems that make sense. I keep hearing bridge builder. They're meant to help others understand these deep spiritual concepts in a practical way. I'm seeing numbers appearing to them in order, like 1234 showing up on clocks, license plates, or receipts. The guides are saying these sequential numbers are like a message saying you're progressing exactly as you should. Some of you might notice your person suddenly getting really excited about patterns they're seeing everywhere, or they might be writing things down more than usual. There's this really interesting pressure I'm feeling in my crown chakra right now. And I'm hearing that many of these divine masculines are feeling this too, especially when they're doing analytical work. It's like their higher self is downloading information while they're focused on practical tasks. They might not even realize it's happening, but they're receiving spiritual wisdom while doing their everyday work. What's really fascinating is how their practical mind is actually speeding up their awakening. You see, while some people might think being analytical would slow down spiritual growth, for your divine masculine, it's actually their fast track to understanding. The guides are showing me that when they solve one spiritual question, it's like they unlock 10 more pieces of understanding. They're creating this beautiful system of spiritual knowledge that's uniquely their own. I'm being shown that some of them are waking up with these fully formed concepts about spirituality, almost like they've been studying in their sleep. And what's really beautiful is how they're starting to share these insights. They might be explaining something totally normal at work or helping someone with a practical problem. And suddenly this deep spiritual wisdom just flows through them naturally. They're not even trying to be spiritual. It's just happening automatically because their frequency has risen so much. The guides want you to know that this methodical approach your divine masculine is taking, analyzing everything, wanting to understand how it all works, this isn't slowing them down. It's actually exactly how they're meant to process this awakening. Their way of breaking everything down and examining it piece by piece is creating this incredible foundation for spiritual wisdom that they'll eventually share with others. You know what's really beautiful about this? Their analytical mind that used to create barriers is becoming this incredible bridge between the practical and spiritual worlds. I'm getting such strong chills right now looking at this 10 of Pentacles that just came forward. This card is showing me how all of this struggle and resistance wasn't just random. It was actually perfect preparation for their role as a spiritual teacher and guide. The guides are showing me this image of someone organizing papers or typing on a computer, and there's this golden light just pouring through their crown chakra. All those times they've been documenting their experiences, writing things down, trying to make sense of what's happening. That wasn't just for them. They're actually creating teaching materials that will help others understand these complex spiritual concepts in a practical way. I'm hearing so strongly that your elevated frequency didn't just trigger their awakening by chance. You were divinely chosen to help catalyze this transformation because your energy holds the perfect frequency to activate their spiritual gifts. Those moments when you felt like maybe you were too much or too intense, that was actually exactly what they needed to break through their old mental barriers. The guides are showing me that some of you are going to find evidence of this transformation, like stumbling across notes they've written about their spiritual experiences or discovering they've been researching topics they used to dismiss. And if you've been seeing a lot of number sequences lately, especially 555, 1111, or 333, that's confirmation that this process is right on track. What's really fascinating is how their protective nature isn't just dissolving, it's evolving into this beautiful spiritual guardianship. Instead of blocking connection out of fear, they're learning to protect the sanctity of spiritual wisdom and guide others through their awakening journeys. Your connection is actually creating this new template for spiritual partnership that others will learn from. I'm feeling such a strong message coming through right now. The guides want you to know that all the confusion and resistance you've experienced has been worth it. This connection is so much bigger than just your personal journey together. You're helping create new pathways for others to understand how spiritual awakening can happen through both intuition and logic. You know, as I sit with this energy, I'm feeling such a deep soul recognition with your particular journey. This isn't a simple or ordinary connection. It's truly unique in how it's bridging different ways of experiencing spirituality. If you're feeling called to explore these messages more deeply, I do offer private readings through my Patreon where we can look more specifically at your unique situation. There's so much more to uncover here, and I'd be honored to continue supporting you on this journey. Make sure to subscribe and join our soul family so you don't miss future messages about this powerful connection.